Good evening. I hope everybody's having a great day today. We are going to... Wait, what? I don't get to modify the profile? What? I hope everybody has a great day today. I guess I don't get to have my... Oh no, I get to get my... Nice. We're gonna play Against the Storm. So Against the Storm is... how can I call it? Town settlement, roguelike, village management game, I guess. It's hard to put into words, but I think it's easier for me to just play the game and let the game speak for me. Hopefully...
The world is plagued by the Blight Storm, a vile cycle of destruction, ravaging everything in its path.
Oh.
The only safe haven is the smoldering city, where the mysterious Scorched Queen reigns. You are one of her viceroys, a pioneer sent into the wilds, tasked with establishing new settlements and acquiring valuable resources for the crown. Your goal is to help rebuild the smoldering city and secure the future of the Queen's subjects.
The objective, as the intro cinematic says, is make settlements successfully. And then there's a certain point where you cannot make any more settlements because the storm is rolling in. And when the storm rolls in, it eats all the settlements, and you have to start over again and make more settlements. Every time you successfully make or fail making a settlement, you get resources. These resources can be used to upgrade your abilities in your town, or unlock new buildings, or unlock new things that you can do before settling out to make a new settlement. So, yeah, I'll just let the tutorial also speak for me. Neglecting your village will increase your queen's impatience and bring her wrath upon you. This is one of the ways that you can fail making a settlement. If her impatience gets all the way to the right, by up to 14 points, you fail. Fulfilling your duties will increase your town's reputation, unlock new buildings, and eventually bring you to victory. Now choose a new blueprint. Click on the crown icon below. You start. This is like the tutorial, so it's gonna guarantee that you take this blueprint. Press the space bar to continue. Build a woodcutter's camp and explore the forest. You have to keep the fire going at all times. The fire uses fuel. Game, thank you. These are the sources of fuel: coal, sea marrow, oil, and wood. And each source burns in a different rate. Wood burns faster, oil burns in a medium rate, and sea marrow and coal burn at a different, slower rate. The woodcutter's camp, which R you can rotate. So, did you keep... so that is locked for now. New orders. So every so often the queen will give you orders, and these orders are do this objective, and if you complete this objective you get these rewards. The objective here is to have 2 woodcutters camps and have 10 wood in your produce 10 wood this time around. There can be different things like produce 10 wood, or it can be have this amount of wood in your stockpile, and in order to complete it, it will just grab it off your stockpile if it is something about your stockpile. In this case, it will not grab anything, it will just read if there was wood gathered by my woodcutter's camp. worth pointing out is that some orders are retroactive, meaning that if you complete the requirements for that order before taking that order, they will still count when you pick the order, but some others you have to complete and do the required things while the order is active. This is a help window. Winning and losing. In Against the Storm, you will not one but many settlements. To successfully establish a town and therefore win a run, you need to collect enough reputation points to fill the entire reputation bar, blue. It's important to do this before the Queen's impatience, red, reaches its maximum. If the Queen loses her patience, you will lose. And also lose if all your villagers either leave or die. That's also the other way that you can lose. If your villagers leave or die and you have 0 villagers, you lose. It's worth keeping them happy. Meanwhile, we're gonna get ahead of ourselves and build some roads here. Now that we have our woodcutters camps, we need to designate our villagers so that they work there and they can actually do things. So these two icons are different if you are like quick to notice. These things that the villager race is proficient in this role, whereas this one is not really proficient at all. It doesn't mean like it's bad, but ideally it means that you want your beavers to be woodcutters because they have a 10% chance of doubling their yield, which means you're gonna get 2 pieces of wood instead of 1. And how do you know which villager is proficient in which? Over here. Here will tell you that they're adept in the farming roles, denoted by a leaf, and really enjoy brewing, denoted by some other icon that I cannot really tell what it is. But what enjoying brewing means, it means that they're gonna get 1 more point on their resolve. They can get up to 5 points extra if you have villagers of that race on roles that they like doing. Just are the beavers that they are gifted in woodwork crafting thing and they really enjoy engineering, and lizards with meat production and animal production, and they enjoy the warm jobs. They're cold-blooded in nature. So you can see my order here is completed. You can track, so you can know when the order is done. So we go here and we deliver. This means that I'm gonna get 3 new beavers when the order is completed, and I'm gonna get the reinforced axis perk. Woodcutting is a lot faster. Woodcutters camps production is 40% quicker. And now we get another set of orders. These are for the tutorial, so the tutorial I'm gonna just pick the orders for you, but on actual game you get a set of orders. Like you get to choose between 2, and then later you get to choose between 3, and then even later on they add a new type of order called timed orders that mean that you have to complete the requirements and turning the order within the time frame. And usually those time orders can give you like really good things, so you have to be prepared and ready to fulfill the requirements of that order. So because we reached 1 point of reputation, these pellets right here tell you that you're gonna get a new choice for a blueprint. There's more tutorial thing that you can, that says you can mark certain trees so that your woodcutters prioritize on trees. I'm gonna mark these trees right here. Let's choose our new blueprint, and the new blueprint right here is the shelter. So now we can make houses. Because I cannot expand this yet. People need housing, and if their housing needs are satisfied, you will get resolve. Higher resolve means happier villagers, and when they are really happy, they start filling the resolve bar on their own. because that's not the only way to get resolve in this game by completing orders. If your villagers are happy, you gain resolve. Getting resolve all the way to the left and having 14 reputation means you win. There are some modifiers that are in the map that we'll get to it when we see them. But for now, we're gonna build a couple of shelters because we have... How many villagers in total? We have 9, 10, 12? 12 villagers? There are 2, right? Because I have an overlay on top, so I cannot really see it. So we have 12. So now we build the shelters. Exploration. Although you are surrounded by entirely thick forest, there are small and bigger glades around the starting location to establish a successful settlement. You'll have to cut your way through them. Glades can contain resources, treasures, fertile soil, ruined buildings, and more. Use the tree marking tool, the axe icon on the right side of the lower central HUD, to point your woodcutters to a specific area of the forest they should prioritize. The best rewards can come from dangerous and forbidden glade, marked with a skull icon, but these always have at least one dangerous glade event within them, which you will require to deliver certain goods or complete a challenge to complete them. As you can see, these are a normal glade, this is a dangerous glade, which is a threat. There's also plenty of rewards in return. This, of course, is tutorial, so it's gonna have like not a huge amount of glades. Oh, let's see if it, oh, it's really smooth. But yeah, it's gonna have a dangerous glade, only one. But on actual normal maps, you will have probably more dangerous glades, and some you will have a higher tier called a forbidden glade, which has a more difficult event. But usually the amount of resources and type of resources are on forbidden glades are really good. This applies at least to a point on the different biomes, especially the marsh biome, where the modifier on that biome is that every forbidden glade has a massive node for you to gather resources. Since I don't have access to stone cutters yet, I don't have access to harvesters, and I need my beavers in wood cutting, this is probably the only unique time that they actually forces you to have beavers as a role. So we're gonna start cutting over here and over here, and we're gonna clear these woods here. Stop cutting here, and if you hold shift, you can clear in a smaller circle, so you can tell them to cut on only those trees, so it gets faster. So something that I do as a habit is move the camps closer to where I want them to cut, so their travel time is shorter. To make the travel time even shorter, if you really want to do this, even though I don't often do it, to build a road to where they're cutting, so they move faster. Usually I don't have this many people idle. I will have like at least 99 of them doing gathering and 1 or 2 leftover villagers to do the building. Because in order to build things, you need to have villagers that are not doing anything. So the reason to build roads is because they grant a movement speed bonus. Space to pause. Whenever you open a glade, you get an alert, and you get this icon right here that tells you what is in there. There's a clay deposit. There's 2 clay deposits. They're small, 20/20, and they have 2 moss broccoli patches of 15 each. Right click to dismiss. Right now, this is the start of this tutorial, which is why like it looks so barren. But later on, you're gonna end up having so many things that you can build to fulfill the requirements that are given. So we should speed up. Oh, we got newcomers. Next group won't be sent until you accept this one. Here we get to choose which type of villagers we want to have. We want to have more lizards, more humans, and will give us grain, or another beaver, another lizard. Usually I'll take the beaver, and I will fill my woodcutters with more beavers so I get more wood. So now we're waiting warmly for the other glade to be open, and we have opened our second glade. We're gonna turn in these orders. We're gonna get 30 pieces of meat and 3 more human villagers, and another reputation point from the queen. Cool. The next one is have a small foragers camp and 5 vegetables gathered by that camp, and our reward is a perk that increases the vegetable production by 1. What this means is that every time they gather from the vegetable patch, they're gonna take 1, because that's what normally happens. They take 1 and they gather 1 and they send it to the camp. When with this perk, it means that they're gonna take 1 from the node, but they're gonna end up depositing 2 vegetables into the camp. I'm gonna see that in action in just a minute. So we're gonna rebuild this. It's gonna require wood. We're gonna send 3 beloved humans to gather things so they can actually repair this camp. I'm gonna unlock the foragers camp. I'm gonna put this forager camp right here. I'm gonna rotate it so it's facing this way because I like it. Put it facing this way. I'm gonna move faster. Glade events. Glade events are objects found in the forest, like abandoned caches, survival camps, ruins, wild beasts, etc., etc., etc. Some of them are positive, offering goods or new villagers in exchange for a small amount of resources. Others are dangerous, forcing you to act quickly to avoid negative consequences, while also giving you generous rewards should you complete them. Once you select a glade event, in the event panel will show you will be able to find a few different sections: effects, worker slots, requirements, and rewards. This effects section will show you the possible negative consequences of the event and how much time you have left before they occur. To complete an event, you need to assign workers to it, select one or of the 2 reward options, and select investigate. Some events simply require you to deliver goods, while others have something called a working effect. Working effects are special conditions that activate once you give an order to investigate an event, like a result penalty, a slow debuff, etc. Your goal is to survive these conditions for a set amount of time. After an event has been completed, your workers will deliver the rewards to your warehouse and no negative effects will trigger. Here's a short video showing what they're talking about. Video is tiny, but we will see a negative event like that shortly, and I will be able to show each thing. So they gather the resources. Now they build the camp. Specialization bonus in farming, which means that ideally you want to have humans doing foraging. So we have these nodules, these nodes. I call them nodules, but they're nodes. And here we can see this human. It's gathering 1. Gathered from this node. And while the bar fills, we're gonna see what happens after this node. This bar is filled. The bar is filled. Boom, 1. Now that node is 1 less. So I transfer that, and we got 1 vegetable. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And now we have this one that is ready. It's a different camp, it's a herbalist camp, and the specialization bonus is alchemy. There's a 4th race that is the harpies that are specialized in alchemy. So for herbalists, I make a note to send harpies, but since you can only have up to 3 active races on each settlement, we're gonna not have harpies on this settlement. So this order is completed. And usually I make a note to complete this type of orders earlier, because they end up paying off in the longer run. So now I get a +1 on my vegetable production, turning in, and now that perk is active. Perks are also denoted here, right down here. You can see the reports: Axe perk, Giant Vegetables perk. The Looming Darkness is one is when the storm is rolling in, and this the Pyre one is whichever race you put here, it has a different effect on the Pyre. So now our first human is gathering from here. See, it has 11 out of 15 charges. Gather 1. Now it has 10. We have 8 and 1 here. No, it's 5 and 1, sorry. And now I have 6 and 1 because the perk didn't get into effect until... There we go. Now it's gathering 2 vegetables out of this node. Or is it this node? No, it's gathering from this node. Let's see with the +1 what happens. Oh, now there's 9. Which is what I told you guys before. You get to choose a new blueprint. Stonecutters. Stonecutters are for clay, stone, steam arrow, etc. etc. Tells you right there what it collects. And we see a lot of clay here, so we're gonna put it right over here. I'm gonna order these new people to gather. The storm rolls in. And now we are on year 2. And every year we get newcomers and we get a cornerstone. Here we go. Cornerstones are perks basically, and they say, for example, exploration contract. The Sea Academy, the Royal Academy wants a detailed map of the region and will supply anyone willing to help. Gain 20 reed and 20 clay for each discovered clay. This is not retroactive, which means from this point onward, any clay that I discover, dangerous, forbidden, normal, 20 of clay and 20 of reed are gonna be magically poofed into my stockpile. Incompetence tools. Building materials are the funding of every settlement. Production is 50% quicker in the building crude workshop. I think I never seen this perk outside of tutorial, so I think this perk got like nuked out of orbit or is really rare. I'm gonna take this one, even though I don't have access to the crude workshop yet. So we go to stone counters. So let's send our lizards in so they start gathering. So far there's no races that are proficient in mining. I know there's a 5th race coming in soon, so I will not be surprised if this new race is proficient in mining, but we will see. Let's make this go faster. Sorry if I'm blowing my nose, I got a bit of sniffles. So we're gonna get our 5 pieces of clay in the camp. And now from this point onwards, every mining of clay, I'm gonna get an extra piece of clay. And now we go farming, no harvesting. The harvester's camp is an advanced camp. And I'm gonna get 5 pieces of fiber that needs to be put into my harvester camp. Logistics. Every building has its own storage, where it's produced, gathered goods are temporarily stored. When internal storage reaches its limit, the goods will be transported to the main warehouse by a worker. While transporting, it's important to keep in mind that villagers have a limited carrying capacity depending on their profession and active perks. So they might need to walk between their workplace and the main warehouse multiple times. Every few minutes, the workers will take breaks and they will return to a nearby hearth to eat and rest. During a break, they will consume at least 1 item of food, and they will try to fulfill all their needs, clothing, services. If a villager has multiple needs tied to complex food, they will consume more than one meal. The goods kept in the building's internal storage are inaccessible to other villagers or production buildings, and they have to be transported to the main warehouse because they can be further distributed or consumed. So that means that these guys, when the internal storage of this place is 10, they will start moving in, they will go to the main warehouse right here, and they will deposit their shit in there, and then they will come back. The base carry capacity of a villager is 5 units. This can be changed very easily if you put a harpy on the hearth, and the villager will carry 10 pieces of any item with them, which makes everything faster and smoother. We unlocked a new camp called the Harvester's Camp, and they gather from these nodes right here. They gather plant fiber with a chance of clay and insects, and we have nothing else to see here. So let's put the Harvester Camp up. It's about these people build the Harvester Camp, they go to the main warehouse, and they're gonna carry the required items to build the camp, the 10 pieces of wood and the 3 parts. Is 3 or C2? It's 3. Okay. And it uses up to 2 people, so we're gonna throw anybody because anybody is the same for this camp. They're gonna gather from these flax fields. This game is really comfy, so be ready to sit back and enjoy your town growing and evolving on its own until you get to the later stage when you have to be a bit more proactive. So now we have 6 pieces of plant fiber, and it's the same kind of perk as the previous one, so I don't need to explain much about it. And now we unlock the workstation. Our objective is to get 4 pieces of plank, 4 bricks, and 4 fabric in the workstation. And we get 10 parts, and we get a workstation perk. Right? So we unlock the workstation on this one. And we deploy the workstation right here. Why we want to have it right here and not like over here? Because I want the amount of time it takes for the workstation to build something, produce it, and then return it to the warehouse to be as short as possible. Because more complex buildings require more complex materials, and usually planks, bricks, and fabric are what are required. So we're gonna send these 2 leftover duck nuts. You can set the limit of how many pieces you want to make, but this is of course locked in the tutorial because they don't want people to be really confused. Here you can see what the building does and what perks affect the building. We're gonna welcome even more people. And this is the internal storage. Right here you can set how many pieces of goods get to be in the storage here at the same time. So you can set it like, hey, I want only up to 4 pieces, and if it reaches over 4 or 4, start sending the shit over to the warehouse. You can also force the guys to send it as soon as you click this button. So yeah, I'm gonna have to wait warmly for these guys to produce the 12 pieces of equipment that are required for this order. I'm gonna move this faster. This broccoli patch is about to run out soon. Oh, this is a big herbalist camp, okay. Let's do type of camps. Something that the game doesn't really tell you much, or it tells you later. but there are small camps that can only gather from the small nodes like this one, and there's big camps that can only be gathered by the big herbalist camp. Like right here, we have a small foragers camp. If there was a big nodule of moss broccoli, I would have to have a big foragers camp in order to gather from it. And the difference from the small and the large camps is that they produce more materials every time you gather from them. So it's usually best to prioritize them, especially if you have perks that give you more yield out of the gathering. So we got all this stuff done. Boom. And now we are on the last order. Cut through the forest to discover one dangerous or forbidden glade. Change Spark View to Fabric in the Ancient Shrine. And have one Ancient Tablet. And we get 30 Amber, and we will win because the next order is going to give us enough reputation to finish. And we unlock one of these blueprints. So, there are essential blueprints and there are like temporal blueprints. Is that the game doesn't make quite a lot of distinction and probably get set on the help. Essential buildings means that there are buildings that you always have at the start of every run, and all other buildings, all other blueprints end up being blueprints that they are randomly tossed in a pool, and every time you get a reputation bonus, you get to pick. For example, early on you don't have access all the time to the human, beaver, lizard, and harpy houses. Later on with perk upgrades you actually get to have them from the get-go. So if I were to pick human house right here, I will be able to build human house, but only on this settlement. On the next settlement, I will not be able to build human houses until I get the blueprint offered as a reputation bonus. So, change Spark View. I don't have access to Spark View, so I'm gonna have to see how this goes. So I marked these trees right here, and you notice that they're colored white. That means that there's no woodcutter's camp nearby that can actually cut those trees. So what we do is we have to move this woodcutter's camp nearby, place it on top of there, and now these woodcutters will prioritize all the marked trees that are within their range. This overlap means that these two woodcutter camps, if there were trees here, they would cut them here if they were marked. But yeah, we're gonna see slowly and steadily how things develop. I'm gonna get a drink of water because I've been talking for a bit. Did I close it correctly? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, this is good. They're gonna keep cutting here. I should actually... Is this... I'm gonna compress this a bit more so that they actually don't cut unnecessary trees, just the minimal amount to open this glade. Something also worth pointing out, these options right here that they are locked for now, these are behaviors that you can set for the woodcutter's camp. And these behaviors can be like, cut any tree that are within your area. Cut only marked trees. Cut trees, but avoid opening glades, for example, which is the one that I use a lot. I want them to gather resources, but I don't want them to pop a glade when I don't want to. Because opening glades fill up this red bar right here. Well, the tutorial doesn't say anything because it's a tutorial. But this is the hostility of the forest. And when the red bar fills all the way up to 100, you gain 1 level of hostility. And right here to the right are the negative effects of the hostility bar. So right now at hostility 0, I get Looming Darkness. And it is a ravaging storm that stifles the spirit of all living creatures. An additional stack of this effect is added for each hostility level, or -4 to global resolve. That means at hostility 0, I get a global -4 resolve to all my villagers. That means that my lizards will go from 9 to 5, my beavers will go from 3 to 10, and my humans will go from 17 to 13. Right, 13, 14, 15, yeah. So they will go to 13. Yeah. At hostility level 1, though, well, that voice crack is amazing. My lizards will go from 9 to 1. My beavers will go from 10 to 6. And my humans will go from 17 to 9. And it will get worse and worse and worse. Which is pretty much what tells you, hey, you should probably finish up as soon as possible, because each glade you open is gonna increase the hostility. Each amount of years that go by also increase your hostility. The amount of villagers that you have increase your hostility, and the amount of woodcutters also increase the hostility. Right now this is on the easiest difficulty, because A is a tutorial, B has to give them an encouragement to play the game. But on later difficulties, the difficulty multiplier will be at ×2, at ×3. So when it is at ×3, your 19 villagers, instead of being 38 to your hostility, they're gonna be a whopping 124 on a 3 times multiplier. So that means that they're gonna be an entire bar and a quarter of the next one. It is a lot of hostility, but just having that amount of villagers. So right here we have our hostile dangerous glade. This is not representative of a normal dangerous glade. But right here we have an ancient shrine that says an omnimus shrine from a long forgotten era. Dangerous, but it might hold some ancient knowledge useful to the crown. Threats right here. There's help. Threats. These are effects that will trigger if the event is not completed in time. We have this right here. Curse of the Forefathers. This is usually not the real timer that happens for a dangerous glade. They usually start like at 9 minutes. So you have plenty amount of time to actually resolve this event. This means that it's designed to tell you, hey, this is an example of what happens if you don't do this event in time. It's gonna kill 3 random villagers. And these are the requirements. It's asking me for planks, spark dew, and simple tools. You can hover on each to see how many of each you have in your warehouse. How much you have in your warehouse is denoted by that box icon to the right. And the number is how many you have in your warehouse available at the time. If you have other events going on that require those pieces of loot, it will not automatically update. Which means that, for example, somebody is gonna go and grab 10 pieces of simple tools and you stop time and you check from here. It's not gonna be like if you have 30, it will be a -10 and it will show 30, it will show 40. So yeah, just don't be so drastic on that number. Just keep a mental note of who is using what. And if you notice right here on the requirements, you can choose alternatives. Denoted by these 2 arrows right here, and to choose alternatives you click here, and you can choose, instead of planks, you can choose wood, for example, and it will now take wood instead of planks. This also means that your villagers that are assigned to this thing are gonna take longer, because they can only carry up to 5 without any perk modifications. And right here, since we don't have any ability to collect spark dew, we'll have to be forced to pick fabric. And if we choose planks right here, that means that my 2 villagers are gonna take only 1 trip each to get the materials. Well, they're gonna take less trips to take all the materials in. Gonna take up to 4 trips. 2 for each villager. If I had more, it's gonna be faster. But I don't have more because there are none of them free right now unless I do this. Which means I have a spare villager and it's gonna go faster. Also, notice that the more villagers I put into this event, the faster it will go. Baseline, it will be 130. And now it's gonna take 30 seconds. This timer will start when all the materials are in place. So it's not gonna start right away. I'm gonna click investigate. And I'm gonna pray that nothing bad happens. So I'm gonna haste up a bit. The timer still rolls down. So the odds that my 3 villagers are gonna get shot and killed by this shrine are almost guaranteed. As you can see, my villagers now got all the materials except the simple tools, and now these 3 ghosts right here, I'm gonna eviscerate 3 of my villagers who are gonna be the unfortunate souls that are gonna get destroyed. That guy, and that guy. And when they die, they free up. So I lost a harvester, a scout, and a herbalist. Harvester worked on this camp, he's dead. One other worked here instead, and scout usually is the person that is on the role of gathering material from an event. These guys are not coming back. And it's gonna keep happening over and over and over. The next one is gonna happen in 4 minutes and 40. So now that they have enough materials in, they're gonna start working on this event. Since one of my scouts die, instead of taking 30 seconds, it's gonna take an entire minute. And I'm waiting for the other blade worker to come through and make things go faster. I get to choose a new perk. These delivery lines are not representative, by the way. Delivery lines mean that they're gonna generate every minute 15 of what they say. This was later changed to like 3 pieces, maybe 5 if it is more obscene. But 15 is way too much. We're gonna change. I'm gonna pick this one. It's a legendary perk, of course, denoted by its orange color. I'm gonna choose even more newcomers. That took humans. This perk pretty much means every minute 15 pieces of egg will be sent to my warehouse out of nowhere. My harvester camp has no other nodes, so it has up here. So if you click on a camp, the game will tell you, hey, there's more nodes over here that you can gather from. I'm gonna move the camp over here, and they're gonna start gathering here. And my forager camp has no other available nodes, so I'm gonna get these villagers out of the camp so they don't idle and do nothing. And now I have my villager carrying an ancient tablet all the way to my camp. Bam. I completed all the objectives. Gonna click right here and boom. Settlement completed. So I've unlocked all these blueprints as essential blueprints. This is my level bar right here. I earned 70 experience points. I'm gonna be sent to tutorial 2. Or there's only one tutorial. It gotta be one tutorial, right? I think I'm gonna be sent to a second tutorial now. Yeah, I got sent to a second tutorial. Press any key to start. Boom. Yeah. Villagers with low resolve will start living, increasing the queen's impatience. The queen's impatience can be jumped pretty high if your villager gets killed or they leave. As I said, way earlier. I got ahead of myself. My apologies. So keep your villagers happy, and your result will go higher. With complex foods, homes, services will increase their result. Sheltered, for example, available and affected. Having human housing, extra 3. Having available jerky for your humans to eat, and then your humans eating it is also increasing your result. Biscuits, and it also tells you how much your bonus is gonna be. Max bonus is reached if 99 or all of them are affected by this. That means that all my 3 human villagers manage to get their hands on a piece of jerky and they eat it. They're gonna be super happy, and I'm gonna get a +4 bonus to my result. Same for biscuits, pie, clothing, leisure, and religion. These services are provided by more bigger buildings, but their bonuses are pretty nutty, like +8 from religion and +8 from leisure. And this is the total math of affected bonuses for their result. And this is the negative. And you can also favor some races over others, which is a +5, but also -5 to the rest. And you can only do this when you have 2 or more different races active at the same time. Each species has different mix of needs. It's hard to please everybody at the same time. This is a lie. It can be pretty easy to. Farmers can plant only on farm fields, and it's can only build on fertile soil. Fertile soil is marked by these pieces of grass. Harvested, planted and harvested. I think there's a bonus if they start doing the planting on a storm. That seems to be our first order. Make a tavern. Choose a blueprint. I'm gonna get forced to make a small farm. So as the game said, I need to make farm tiles so I can actually start producing. So let's put this small farm here. Let's turn all these things into farming tiles. Let's make a harvester camp right here. This is a large stone camp. Usually there's no large camp at the start of your settlement. Reputation points. You can get reputation points different ways. Reading orders, exploring surroundings, or keeping your villagers happy. Orders are straightforward, blah blah blah. It's a long list of things to read, but I think I explained it before, so there's no need for me to read it again. Let's put some road over here. And let's see what else I can do. So I have no housing unlocked, so I cannot build shelters. Get our first piece of orders, make a small farm, and make 16 farm tiles because I already did this. Research proactive. I'm gonna get 2 groups of human and 25 barrels. They're gonna get delivered into my stores. I need to make 2 woodcutters camps and 2 shelters. This is gonna give me shelter. Indeed. So making a shelter right now is gonna be hard because I don't have wood, which means that I have to make woodcutters camps. This bricks icon means that I have no building materials. I don't have wood, so the game is telling me, hey, probably you should put woodcutters camps and get some wood so you can actually build the rest of the stuff. Put our 2 humans here. Got a farming camp right here. I'm gonna put humans because their specialization bonus that is farming gonna give me more yield out of my camp. I don't really care about this. Actually, I kinda care though. Oh well. I should actually, yeah. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna destroy this, and I'm gonna move this camp right here. So now I have access to these 3 pieces of field over here. So I'm exchanging 1 for 2 extra, which I think is worthwhile. Here are 2 perks that are really beneficiary for me, since the objective seems to be make beer. Beer requires barrels for storage, so these 2 are good, but I'm gonna need barrels over extra yield. I'm gonna put my beavers into here. I'm gonna need 2 more over here for the mining, because I'm gonna need the clay and the ore and the roots. Let's move faster. Oh, assign more woodcutters. I'm fine with. I'll add an extra woodcutter. I hope the game is happy. And we're gonna hit back and let the town prosper on so also we have access to my, there we go. Here are the options I was talking about, and I have it on default by avoid the glades. You can set the default options for the woodcutter's camp from here. Default woodcutter's camp mode, you can choose to fell any tree, only the marked ones, to avoid glades except marked, and only marked and avoid glades. You can set the behavior right here. You can set a lot of behaviors right here. I like this a lot. And you can also say to auto pause whenever any of these events happen. I like this, giving the option for the player to choose. Enabling this option will automatically load all global recipe limits at the beginning of every run. Interesting. Enable all ingredients. Yeah, can do so many things. How the rotation is whenever you place the rotation key. Blah 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 blah. So many ways to modify to your leisure how the game behaves. My stonecutter camp is ready. I'm gonna set 1 lizard in, so I have somebody gathering here. They're gonna start planting on the drizzle part of the year. They're planting some grain and some vegetable. These mollusks right here can be gathered by the trapper's camp that I haven't unlocked yet. So we're gonna let this roll through. So yeah, as the game said, each one of these races have a different needs, so fulfilling them is kind of crucial. The need of shelter is probably one of the easier ones to fulfill. That means that every person that has a house will get extra resolve, like so. Now I get 2 extra pieces of resolve because 3 of my humans have a home out of my 5. Boom. Now all my humans have a home, so I'm getting a maximum plus 3 to their resolve from shelter, but not from human housing, because they're not human houses, they are shelters. So now I have my 2 shelters and my woodcutter's camp. I can resolve this. I'm gonna get 2 more beavers and 3 more parts. And I'm gonna unlock my chopper camp. Chopper camp uses meat. So I'm gonna place it right here. Specialization on meat, which means that my lizards are gonna be very proficient on the chopper camp. Which means I have to shuffle around a couple of people here and there. I have more newcomers. Let's get these 2 humans right here. And because I got 2 more humans, I'm not gonna get a plus 3, I'm gonna get a plus 2 because these 2 new humans don't have a shelter yet. I'm gonna send a human right here. I'm gonna press Alt to see if there's any other lizard that I can throw over here, because I'm gonna need up to 2. I have one on the card, and I'm gonna keep it that way. Now we're on clearance, and you can see we have a patch of vegetable and a patch of grain. And I'm gonna start collecting a lot of grain. Small heart trading post and warehouse. I can talk about that but later. I'm gonna put this down here because for sure I'm gonna need to make some planks at some point or something. I can foresee it. My trapper camp is done. And we're gonna send our 2 lizards, so I get a 10% chance of getting double yield out of these mollusks. They can provide meat, and a 20% chance of getting leather out of them. I'm gonna move my woodcutter's camp a bit closer to here, so their trips are shorter and I get my wood faster. And now we get to chill a bit. I'm gonna preemptively send 2 humans to start making bricks, fabric, and planks. I'm gonna move this faster. Oh. I'm gonna tap a bit to check on somebody. So let's see how this gathering goes. But slowly and steadily, this is gonna be fine, because it's a tutorial and it is pretty difficult for you to lose on the tutorial unless you are entirely idle and you let this bar fill up, because over time the bar is gonna fill up by 0.20 per minute. Here we have no high results, so we're gonna not get reputation out of my guys. The order is completed, and I'm gonna get 10 fabric, 10 bricks, and 15 planks deposited into my warehouse out of nowhere. I'm gonna need a smokehouse, which I probably will unlock and be able to build right away because of this. I have to enable the meat in the jerky recipe, of course, and make 20 pieces of jerky in the smokehouse. I'm gonna get this reward. Any villager can now carry 5 additional items, which means all my idle villagers that are going to build something, instead of carrying 5 whenever they go, they're gonna be able to carry 10 pieces of items, which makes building a lot faster. I'm gonna get 20 barrels, and my meat production is gonna increase by 1. So it's open here. It's gonna provide me the smokehouse because the tutorial, and it's gonna require me to have the required buildings. And as I said, I'm gonna be able to build this right away because of the reward. So right here you notice there are like ticks on these boxes. This means that this building will produce these items as they're ticked. But if I click here, it means that it will not produce this item, and it will give priority to the ones that are enabled. So for example, it will make pottery, or it will make jerky, because they have both the same priority. Right here we're gonna disable the worms. I'm gonna put the meat as it asked, so it will produce my 10 pieces of jerky. Since I don't really care about pottery, because probably pottery is gonna be used to make beer, even though I'm getting 3 barrels out of nowhere, I could perfectly say I don't want to make pottery. I have my barrels. Why I should waste the time of my villager to make pottery? So now my builders, I'm gonna build the smokehouse. I think I have a maximum amount of lizards 3. I would see the number right here, but I have an overlay, so it doesn't allow me to see. But I believe I have 3 by the head count right here, and if I press here, I can probably tell I have 3. So my guys are building the smokehouse. It's gonna take a little bit. The storm is gonna roll in. And now the smokehouse is ready. So ideally, I would send my lizards in here, which would be actually a really good idea. So I'm gonna send my beaver here. I'm gonna send my lizard here. I'm really not hurting for food actually. So because it is a heat environment, a warmth environment, my lizard gets a +1 to their resolve, which is also mentioned here. Comfortable on their job, so they get a +1. And now they can start producing jerky. I think jerky, or they run out of things that they can throw at themselves. I think it's time to open some glades. So I'm gonna open this glade here, I'm gonna open this glade here. And I'm gonna let this roll for a while. So I was going to check before I got distracted. Yeah, jerky is a complex food that lizards love. But beavers do not love jerky. And humans love jerky. So if I start producing jerky, I'm gonna be able to knock 2 out of the 3 complex food requirements. Well, not 2 out of the 3. 2 out of the 3 races, I'm gonna have one of their complex food requirements knocked out. Which is something that you have to keep in mind at all times. No, don't favor this race. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Let's get more villagers, why not? I'm gonna put an extra shelter so my villagers are comfortable. So now my lizard's internal storage is full. It's gonna deposit those jerky into the warehouse. And now any human that is on break is gonna run to the warehouse and eat a piece of jerky. So far, none of them have run into the warehouse. I have a new corner store, I didn't realize this. Oh, so this perk right here. Specialized grain farming techniques. Grain production increases by 1 every 25 times it is produced. This is incredibly handy for the times that you have a lot of farming, or you have a lot of grain nodes that you can use on your harvesting. Here I'm gonna need for the ale. So things are shaping up for the ailing industry rather than the grain industry. Even though like I'm producing grain like crazy, I think the main objective is to get ale out. So 50% extra production on ale. It's pretty important, it's pretty huge. But I haven't unlocked the brewery rate, so I have to keep that in mind. I'm gonna unlock the brewery because it's a tutorial, so I know that ahead of time. But on a run, usually you wouldn't know which set of blueprints are you gonna get offered to you, so you have to be on your toes and kind of choose what you're gonna be picking in terms of perks. So the jerky is gonna take a little bit, takes a minute 15. This is on their highest specialization. It's gonna take a while for this lizard to produce its jerky. But after this is done, I have a 10% chance that these 10 jerky are gonna turn into 20 jerky, which is a big boon for me. Like so. So now my lizard has 20 jerky inside the storage, which is a very big reason to actually do this sort of thing. And now the meat produced from my nodes is gonna be 2 instead of 1. So now I'm gonna unlock the brewery, set the recipe to barrels, and produce 20 ale in the brewery. I'm gonna get all these rewards as a result. Here we have our brewery, produces ale, pickled goods, and packed crops. So we click on the brewery right here. This is sort of a mess. I would not do this normally. I can choose here pickled goods, or I can choose barrels as well here as containers. I could make pots to contain the ale, or water skins, or barrels. Like, the game told me to. And requires roots or grain. So this is also worth keeping in mind. If you have fertile soil and you have access to small farms, like, I can probably make ale. Keep my dudes happy. Since brewing is a specialized bonus, I can send 2 more humans here, and this ore right here means that they're comfortable, and I'm gonna get extra resolve, keep my guys happy. Even though pickled goods are not a requirement, pickled goods are complex food that lizards and beavers like, so this is worth doing as well. So we have the help for food. Your villagers need to eat to survive. Every few minutes they will go on a break, gather around the hearth and eat something, blah blah blah. They will eat raw food if there's no complex food. If there's no food available, they will get 1 stack of hunger, and each stack of hunger is a resolve penalty. After the resolve of the species reaches 0, they will start leaving the settlement. And the food will soon become insufficient for a growing population, so explore and find new sources of food. I should also change this so they actually start opening the glades. Oh, by the way, this is also something that you can do if you hold shift, like it says right here. It will change the behavior of all the camps. So shift clicking here means that every woodcutter's camp that is active right now will choose to open glades when they are marked. Here we have a dangerous glade. I don't think I have a forbidden glade out here yet. Only dangerous ones. And I would probably make my way to a dangerous one. So what I'm gonna do, I have more fertile soil right here, which is convenient. Opening this right here gives me a good leeway to the next camp. I'm gonna move this guy right here. And I'm gonna move this guy right here. So here we have eggs and worm tongue nest, which are worms. Here we have something for a herbalist camp, and I don't have a herbalist camp out here. They're making their goods, so I'm gonna sit back, relax, and wait for a bit. I'm gonna actually put it to ×2, so things smoothly keep going. I have no homeless villagers. I should probably start extending the road somewhere so that my guys are faster. So I'm gonna move this here. This is the range of the hearth. Any houses outside the range of the hearth will not be populated at all. So I'm gonna put 2 more shelters down here. I'm gonna welcome these newcomers, 2 more lizards. I'm gonna add one of the lizards over here, so I get more pieces of meat and a chance of getting, instead of 2, getting 4 pieces of meat, which is huge. This is why it's important to know what type of villager. And there it is. The blue aura right here means that I am getting resolved because they are really, really happy. I'm getting 0.10 resolve per minute. So this part is going to start moving slowly this way, as long as these guys are really, really happy, which are becoming even more happy. Because I'm producing pickled goods, and lizards and beavers love pickled food, as well as jerky. So I put 2 of my lizards right here, so all my meat gets turned into jerky. And I have more available jerky so that everybody can be really happy. Now that I have 20 ale in my brewery, to complete this order, I have to make a tavern, and the need for leisure fulfilled 20 times. That means that in total I have to have not 20 people happy all the time. That means that one person, say for example I only have 1 human in my settlement, I have to fulfill his need of leisure 20 times. It can be 1 human 20 times, it can be 5 humans 4 times each. It can be 20 humans 1 time each. each combination, blah. So now I unlock the tavern, and now I go here at the civil buildings, I believe it's called. Industry, city buildings, and I have a tavern right here. It requires 20 planks, 4 bricks, and 8 fabric. I've been producing these things for a while, preemptively, and I can put this sort of building anywhere, but right here my hub can be upgraded if I add decorations and an amount of people. So I'm gonna put this park right here, because it requires 4 decorations of the comfort type to upgrade my hub to the next level. These are the ones with the green, with the darker green border are the comfort type decorations. With the blue border, they are the aesthetics type, and the yellow corner, they're the harmony type. There's a difference, yes, because now that this park is gonna be fulfilled, this is the maximum level right now of my hub, turns into an encampment, and this gives a global +2 resolve to all my races, and my agent's corruption resistance is increased. This is not important right now, but it will be important later. Now that my tavern is completed, so this is something that is important to know. City buildings outside from these 3 right here have passive effects. And right here, if I have 3 people manning this building, I will get this passive effect, a perk. And this will only be active as long as I fulfill this requirement right here. And this passive effect gives a +3 global resolve to all my races, as long as I have 3 people manning this building. And this means that I cannot have like 3 or 2 taverns. This will only apply for the single tavern that is actually doing this. So it's good to have different types of city buildings, because the different type of city buildings have different perks that can really help your settlement grow. Right here, I'm gonna throw my 3 villagers, and now this perk is active, and now all my guys gained their 3 extra resolve. And what's gonna happen, highly likely, you see that I don't know why I pointed to the screen. You see this little bar right here on the resolve. This means this is the resolve threshold. If this green bar exceeds the blue bar right here, they're gonna be super happy, and they're gonna start producing resolve automatic resolve. They're gonna start producing reputation for me automatically. So they're right here at 30. Boom. There we go. 30. They're happy, and now they're gonna start producing resolve. This threshold will increase slowly, so it will not be like, oh, every time you hit 30 you're gonna get this super happiness mode and you're gonna get your extra reputation. This means that the next time might be 35, so you will have to work a bit harder to get that extra reputation, that extra resolve, so you start earning reputation out of your races. But the reason that they are super happy is because humans have a need of resolve, and beavers have also a need of resolve, need for leisure, sorry. I don't think lizards have that. Lizards have rolling and religion. So we'll have to see how this goes. I'm gonna slowly and steadily wait. Oh, here we go. Because of I didn't complete any order whatsoever, but I managed to get an entire reputation slot, which also reduced my queen's impatience by 1. And I can choose my next blueprint. And I can choose whichever blueprint I want here of the houses. So I need to check. I have, I believe, 6 lizards, 3 beavers, and 10 humans. So because I have a lot of humans over all the others, I think it's to my convenience to get human housing done over the rest. because I know it would be easier for me to do beavers, for example. I have 3. And that means that I can make 2 beaver houses and I can get my +3. But the amount of reputation you get from a full result bar gets bigger. Gets even bigger according to how many people you have of that race. So, for example, fulfilling the requirement of my beavers is not gonna be as powerful as fulfilling that requirement for my humans. So you have to always keep that in mind. I have no builders available because I have no builders available. Make like this. Let's pick a perk. Perks like this always make me laugh. This can be like an actual legit strategy, like having your villagers die or leave every so often and you just get a lot of goods. Perks stack, by the way. That means that if I were to choose cannibalism and then I get offered cannibalism again by some other thing, that means that I'm gonna get 60 pieces of meat every time a villager dies or leaves, which is pretty huge. But nets is also pretty good. So I'm gonna make way to here. I have a new set of newcomers. 2 more humans means that I have to make another human house somewhere around here within the confines of my hub. I'm gonna accept this. I have my human resolve done. I could click here and end the map, which I should. So I locked all these recipes and I leveled up. And leveling up unlocks new things. Essential buildings means that they're gonna always be there at the start of the run, as I said before. Citadel upgrades, paved road, this is an essential building. A herbalist camp is a blueprint building. This is important to make a distinction. Blueprint buildings are the ones that they get offered at every point, often when you get a new reputation point or at the start of a settlement. This is a new perk, meat specialization. I get an extra meat production every 25 times I grab a piece of meat. This doesn't mean like when I'm producing, every time I'm producing, not every time I gather 25 pieces of meat. So that means that they have to gather 25 times from a node and I will get extra piece of meat. And this stacks on its own, so it's gonna be like +1, so instead of getting 1 I'm gonna get 2, 25 times I'm gonna get 3, 25 times I'm gonna get 4, and so on and so forth. This sort of cornerstone specialization thing ends up being pretty handy with other perks that synergize with, like, say for example, every 25 meat you get deposited, like, say 5 barrels into your warehouse, and it can get pretty crazy. So keeping in mind a synergy between the perks is pretty crucial. Amulet of Holy Flame, hostility from woodcutters is reduced by 4. This is pretty convenient. And crowded houses. All houses have room for 1 more villager. This is pretty good. All houses. That means your shelters, instead of having 3, have 4, and your racial houses, like for example your human house, which is a baseline of 2, now has 3 slots with this when you take this cornerstone. I think it's now going to deposit me onto the world map. The world is vast in ever-changing place. These are my tutorial maps. At the center lies the smoldering city. Your goal as Viceroy is to help rebuild it and secure the future of the Queen's subjects. Use the resources you gather to construct the Obsidian Archive in the smoldering city. We go to the smoldering city. These are my upgrades. And right here, the game is asking me to unlock this. And it has base effects and an additional thing. You gain a permanent -2% to the speed at which the Queen's impatience grows, and I get a fundamental upgrade. the Obsidian Archive, which records great things about viceroys. A place where records about great viceroys are kept, unlocked deeds. So I'm gonna put this. This is unlocked right now, and I can choose to unlock either the Obsidian Archive level 2. I get 10% more resources whenever I finish a settlement, or I can get this, the Monastery of the Vigilant, which I can unlock new embarkation bonuses. But I like this. More resources means I get to unlock more things earlier. And these are achievements, but unlike most game achievements, they reward you extra things. For example, discover 10 glades and on every map. So if I unlock 10 glades in total, I will get 50 points of experience. And there are others that are like win a game in this biome on a difficulty or higher, and I will get XP. Other achievements can give me new essential buildings, or they can unlock cornerstones like this one. Don't let the Queen's Patient grow above 4 in a single game. So on, so forth. Perk, buildings, experience. So it's worth keeping in mind what are the requirements for each. Win a game with a mine, shelter, smithy on veteran difficulty or higher. This is doable. A lot of these are very, very doable. Or you unlock new things like a new trader. So we're gonna do our best to unlock a lot of these things. I have another profile that has a lot of this stuff unlocked because I played this game a significant amount. The world is governed by the eternal Blightstorm cycle. This is not representative because the cycle is longer than 5 years that I spent so far. It's almost upon us. There are no caravans are allowed to embark, so click on this button to end the cycle. So I click this. Gives me a breakdown of how much I've earned, what I unlocked, and how much experience I've earned. And I have to end the cycle. This is the roguelike element that it has. The cycle ends, the storm rolls in, the Eternal City doesn't get affected because the Queen is protecting it. I'm ready to embark on my own. Choose any tile, and every tile here has a different biome. The Royal Woodlands, the Coral Forest, the Marshlands, or the Scarlet Orchard, and each biome has a different effect. Right here, you can notice that like this monument right here that says there's a high chance of including fertile ground. So if I were to deploy here, I would get an extra bonus resources for completing the settlement right here. I know it looks minimal, and that's because it's on the lowest difficulty, but I'm gonna change that right now. So to embark, first I have to choose a caravan, which will be my starting foundation. I can choose the difficulty. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. But inexperienced viceroys won't last on higher difficulties. That is true. And these embarkations are things that I can take with me from the start of the game. I'm ready to embark on my own. Remember, there's always a way out. Experiment and adapt. May the storm be gentle with me, Viceroy. So I'm gonna get these 9 beavers. I will do some minimal check, see what's happening here. These are the different difficulties. Settler, Pioneer, Veteran, Viceroy. This is locked here and it's unlocked later. And these are the modifiers. You see in Settler, I have very little debuffs and more debuffs. These are the additional effects. The gathering speed is increased by 10% every 2 camp workers attached to the camp. The marshlands are pretty wild. The resource nodes can be found in the Forbidden Glades +1, and each glade has a different big nodule. So we're gonna make a node to actually get there. But if I increase my difficulty, I get extra bad effects when the storm is rolling in. But I get more experience and more resources. See, like on Settler I get 14, which is not much, and 30 experience. But if it is on Pioneer, I get 70 and 42. And if it is on Veteran, I get 63 and 140. But I also have to deal with extra effects like Corruption, Bladder, and Blight Rot. I think I am experienced enough to do it on Veteran from the get-go. But I will do it for Pioneer just to be pioneering enough. I remember there's an achievement for not taking any embarkation from the get-go. So we're gonna take it super easy and do it on Pioneer since I don't have many upgrades. But you want to start a game, there are still points to spend? Absolutely. We're gonna be good at this game. And we're gonna provide tips and tricks. So the game tells you open glades every so often so you get resources. As you play the game, you start noticing, like, if I were to open small glade, like it says right here, and I have a 1.5 multiplier instead of 1, that's gonna add up onto my hostility. And I don't want to have that. I don't want my hostility to be up, because that storm, it's pretty nasty when it casts like a hostility level 2. So what usually is recommended on higher levels is you should probably gather the materials required to complete the events on Dangerous Glades, because Dangerous Glades are going to have like a more worthwhile reward for completing them. Right here is our Gandhi-loving Forbidden Glade. So these are the big boys, and in the marshland they give us crazy rewards. So let's first begin by planting 2 woodcutters camps, because we are on Veteran. No, we're on Pioneer, not Veteran. This would not fly on Veteran, because woodcutters give an extra amount of hostility. The reason I'm not picking my blueprints just yet is because I want to see what I have as orders. So I'm gonna send my beavers right here. My orders could be anything at this point, so I'm gonna put the road right here. I'm gonna send the road a bit here, to the left and to the right. I'll actually put the chopper camp down, so I can actually get some food. And I'm just gonna wait for my orders to come out. Did I put guys here? Yeah. Here is my perks. +2 to my reproduction. I think, yeah, so picking the leather gloves perk right here would be absolutely pointless, because there's no reed to be gathered on this biome. And you can flat out decline this perk. For example, I don't want to have so many villagers to come through. So picking this one right here would be convenient. So just for the sake of demonstration, I would just decline this perk. I don't want them. I don't want more villagers, because that would increase my hostility bar. And I would not like that. So I'm gonna also make the point for these camps to start chopping like this. So I have a road straight to the glades. They will not open the glades because they are by default told to avoid the glades. My orders have not rolled in yet. Oh, they have rolled in, and I get to choose here. Well, not choose one of one out of 3. I get to choose from this set of orders. And so we get open 3 glades, which makes my workers on glade events carry +5 items, or have the resolve of my lizard speed 10 or above for 30 seconds. And I get 2 extra lizards, 30 pieces of meat, and 3 parts. Honestly, I'm not going to be opening a lot of glades. So this one might be the one that I'm going to go for. Here is have at least 6 humans. Or have at least 6 lizards. And I'm going to get an upgraded trapper camp. This one is way easier to fulfill, even though I have 1 lizard. And here is build 3 human houses or unbuild 3 viewer houses or complete 2 glade events. Have 3 packed building materials. I think this one is the one that I'm most likely be able to complete on top of the other ones. But these things are not gonna be fulfilled for the time being. So let's get the lizard in here and this here, and let's open the blueprints. So right here the game tells me, hey, probably would be a waste to pick this one because you're gonna get rewarded by one of your orders if you complete it. So pick another one. I'm gonna pick a herbalist camp. Right here we have an interesting thing. We can make a clink, and with the clink I can produce jerky, and jerky, even though it's not the most effective one out of the many that can be offered, having a bit of jerky will make my villagers happy, so that would be a good idea. I will also be able to produce bricks at a better rate than my current rate. That's what the arrow up means. The plus means that I can actually produce if I were to choose. I will be able to produce scrolls and trade goods from this, or water skins. I'll take this. And provisioner, barrels and flour, biscuits, pie and pottery. So I have no way. Biscuits and pie require flour. And right now I don't have a way to produce flour yet. So picking this one would be kind of a waste, but kind of not. Because there's high odds that I will actually find another building that can produce flour the next time I level up. So having this on my back pocket for now is not a bad idea. Also, I should probably start producing houses so that the need of housing gets fulfilled for these guys. Since I have 11 people, and I'm gonna start collecting a bit of stone, and I'm gonna put my crude warehouse up and running over here. I'm gonna move this camp over here. Do I have beavers that are available? Yes, and as you can notice, my hostility bar is growing for every woodcutter that I have active. This is important later on, because later on when a storm is rolling in, you could disable your woodcutters and that bar would go down, and that will more often than not decide whether you are going to have a -4 or a -8 on your global resolve. So it's always important to keep in mind this in each trick. Disabling your woodcutters when the storm is rolling in is pretty vital later. So now my woodcutter is gonna keep chopping down everything. My perks right here. The food production is increased by 80% during drizzle, and double the yield bonus resources are claimed from trees. So my woodcutters are producing a lot of wood. I am not doing great on fuel because my fuel is coal and wood, which will be helped a lot by my building the clink, which can turn it can turn wood into coal, and coal burns significantly slower than my wood. But this is important, really important. The need of housing from my villagers is being fulfilled slowly. The threshold right now is 30. I think lizard threshold is 15, which is really low, which is why lizards and also harpies are pretty great at getting a lot of reputation out of not fulfilling your orders. So I'm gonna move this here. I'm gonna move this over here. And now everybody is housed. And I have to keep on waiting for a bit. My stone carpenter's camp is ready. I'm gonna dump one guy over here. Reason being is because I'm gonna need stone to make bricks. And I can use leather or fiber plant to make fiber. And I need wood to make planks. So right now we are on the waiting stage. We have to wait for a bit. I need to keep my lizards happy. I could very easily, I think the order asked me to get 10, right? 10 resolve. Something that I could do to get more lizards. I could favor right now the lizards. By favoring them, I will get my 10 resolve. Wait 30 seconds. And complete this order right away. And do it before the storm rolls in. I'll get my 3 lizards, my 30 pieces of meat. I will stop favoring the lizards. And now I have a 1 homeless lizard. So I'm gonna build an extra shelter so I can house this lizard. But now I have access to a blueprint. And now I can make flour, provisions, and barrels if I pick the provisioner. I could pick this though to make coats because coats can be used by beavers and humans. But I think, let me check this really quickly. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. So I'll pick the provisioner because worms, I can check right here again. Mushrooms and roots are things that I can actually gather from this biome. So I'm gonna send one of my lizards here, send 2 of my lizards here. The storm is gonna roll in, it's gonna be a -4. At least my lizard is gonna be housed. So his result is gonna be 8. Not gonna be a really big hit on the result. I should also keep in mind to upgrade my hub. It requires 4 comfort type decorations, but parks count as 4 because they're huge. I'm gonna put it right behind here. The decoration has to be within the area of my ancient hearth to count, otherwise it doesn't count. So I'm gonna do this, and upgrading this card is gonna give me +2 to their global resolve. It's gonna help immensely. Boom. And it upgraded. So my trapper camp has no food, which is amazing and great sign for me to crack open one of these glades. And I'm gonna choose this glade right here to be opened. I should also start extending a road here to there, so that my guys are faster when they go to chop and when they go to drop resources. And now I get a new set of newcomers and a new set of perks. Right here, rooty ground. Strange roots spread across the land. Wood production is increased +1, but my harvesting and planting are 25% slower. And the forest recedes as heavily guarded caravans pour into the settlements. Hostility is reduced by 15 points every time you sell goods worth 25 amber. This is related to the trading post. I haven't done anything with the trading post, but the trading post is insanely strong in the game. And I will probably showcase it later. Oh, so we opened that Ancient's Glade and we have this event. As I said before, large Lich Broodmother. I don't have access to the Trapper Camp, but I have access to the herbalist camp and these smolders, I will be able to gather them. If I get an upgrade to the dropper camp, I'll be able to gather from these ones. These ones provide a lot of stuff. I can repair this dropper camp, though. And that would be fantastic. I'm gonna actually do that. And we have our dangerous event right here. The escaped convicts, and I can choose either to accept escaped convicts, which gives me 5 newcomers, or send it to the Citadel and get 20 amber and or 75. But while I'm working on this, I will get -4 to my global resolve. It's a pretty steep thing to do. And I think I will send them to the crown. And I'm gonna get more newcomers right here. Let's get of each, and I'm gonna send an extra guy. So this dropper camp right here is worthless. That doesn't mean that I will destroy it. I will just leave it right here. I'm gonna send an extra guy because I want a lizard here. I'm gonna send one of my humans here because I want to have 2 lizards. And this event is gonna take me 3 minutes. As I said, like the starting threat timer is way more generous than like the 45 seconds that the tutorial gives you. Usually the best time to resolve these threats is as soon as the drizzle event happens, because you have time to actually, you know, solve the event. Because if I were to do this during a storm, I would be boned. Since I'm feeling risky, I might as well open the other glade and see what happens. I will put another shelter right here, and I'm gonna start working my way to a clink. The clink, right? The clink is here, and the provisioner right. And why not the bakery? Bakery pits right here. That's good. So this is completed. I can move this here. I have a new set of orders. Here's a semi-packed material or making path. This will give +3 result to my beavers. So this should be okay. And make 2 encampments to be... Make 2 hubs upgraded to encampments. This is perfectly doable, or have 8 packs of... No. This one is good, but this one is also good for what I'm looking to do. Like I have 5 beaver, but not 5 beaver, I have 5 lizards. I will send these 2 lizards over here. So something that eventually you start learning is like, for these guys to make this meat be available to everybody, they will have to first gather it and then go all the way from here to here, and it's a long run. So what you can do, and it becomes really useful, you can just make a warehouse right here, because all warehouse and the main warehouse are connected. So if these guys were to deposit their shit here, it will be instantly available here, so they don't have to make all the run. And because sometimes they will have to go into breaks, it's also very convenient to make a new hearth right over. Oh, I have available. Wait, I have corruption. I don't have corruption. Yeah, I don't have corruption. I don't know why they put the blight post and the hydrant available, but whatever. That's the point. You can make a small hearth right here, and if this small hearth is active, the guys from the dropper camp, instead of going all the way down from over here to down here, they would just take a rest on this new hearth, which will make their downtime really, really low. So they will go eat on from that warehouse, sleep on or wait on that hearth, and they will go back to work instantly. So it's really, really important to like make a small outpost, I would call it, so that they have as little downtime as possible between their trips. So we have a new settlement right here, and oh, this one is asking for this amount of materials, either planks, oil, resin, infused tools, simple tools, Simar or coal. And when this event is active, I will not be able to burn anything on my hearth. But I could convert this and it will give me a global resolve when it is completed. So I should get planks. And I should make a priority to get planks. I'm gonna send 2 of my guys here in the get-go. And we have here a grill. And from here I can make skewers. Nice. Oh, so I should check what resources I have here. So I have large mushroom nodes. I have another 2 large brood mothers. Okay. A coal deposit, a copper, 2 copper veins, a medium amount cache, a grill, and a totem of denial. Okay. So these guys are eventually gonna finish this event. My woodcutters are gonna now cut anything that is not marked because I've set them that way. I'm gonna put meat here. With this existing, I don't need to be producing more bricks because I will start producing from here. And I could start producing coal out of my wood, which I will absolutely do because it's gonna last longer. Here it is asking for 8 packs of provisions, so I could set a limit of 8 so that it doesn't eat through all my provisions. I could make barrels, but I'm not interested in making barrels right now. I don't have the materials anyway, and I can make flour. And right here is my bakery. I can produce these delightful biscuits. I can produce pie. And I can produce pottery. Well, I cannot produce any pottery because there's no clay whatsoever. And why pie is important? It's because humans can eat them and lizards can also eat them. Do I have my consumption thing here? No, I don't. Okay. So, oh, right. Do I have the building material thingy? I don't think I do. Oh no, yeah, I do. The makeshift poster here. So this is where I produce my packs of materials. I can produce pack of material, pack of crops. I will set it for this stuff. This event is clear, so I have extra villagers that are ready. My last my last need of plank has been fulfilled, so it will go over there. I will right now make a road from here to here and from here to here. I don't have any herbalist camps done and about, so I'm gonna put right here one herbalist camp. I have a dangerous glade right here and I have a forbidden one right here. So what I'm gonna do, I will probably chop a bit more here with my woodcutter's camp and make this a possible outpost by adding a warehouse and adding a hearth. Also, because I put a camp right here, this hub has been upgraded to an encampment and I get an extra +2 to the resolve. I haven't manned these buildings, I know. I'm just gonna wait on this and put the extra required guys in there. Do I have access to a mine? I don't have access to a mine yet. I'm gonna put a rain collector though. Right here. Put a path. None of them are homeless yet, but I should anticipate to that by making another shelter. Right here. And I'm gonna extend a road from here to here. This will be kind of temporarily. So I'm gonna put this road here, here, and here. This Totem of Denial will soon be completed. I'm gonna connect the road. And I'm gonna send this human and this beaver. I am on level 1, which means that my lizards are gonna suffer greatly. But what I can do is this. See, it's on level 1 right now. I'm gonna get a -8. Looming Darkness. My resolve is low, but if I do this, because I have one less woodcutter, now it's no longer -8, it's -4. And it also doesn't activate this. Discovering a glade during a storm will decrease my global resolve by -10 for 3 minutes. And every level on Hostility level 2, it will awaken this. All special species resolve drops 100% faster on level 2, and level 4 there's a 10% chance that my villages will consume twice the amount of goods when using services, and this scales with hostility. So this is gonna get pretty rough. So managing your hostility can be pretty important, and it becomes really important later on. And now that this converted Totem of Denial exists, I can move it around, and it gives +3 to their global resolve wherever it is. So I'm gonna put this totem right here. It's gonna live comfortably right over here. Since I want this thing to actually happen, I'm gonna keep chopping here. Since I have a beaver, I'm gonna put my beaver right here. I'm gonna disable clay so I actually know that I can make bricks, I can make jerky, and I can make coal. Here I can make marble and flowers. I'm gonna put one flower right here. How much require packed goods? I need 8 and I need 3, so I need 11 in total. So let's get 11 right here. And put one of these guys right here. And I got new perks and new guys. Again, 5 pigment for every 10 insects produced. All pure recipes are 33% faster. This is pretty good. That means that this is gonna go even faster to be made. And these guys right here, 3 humans and a beaver, or 3 humans and a lizard. But I get 6 pieces of coal and 2 amber. Yeah, let's go with this. And let's put a lizard right here because he's gonna be super happy. Even though I have no flower, I'm gonna send a human right here. I'm gonna send a human right here. And this can wait for a bit. I'll actually drop one of my lizards from here. I'm gonna send it right over here to help this guy. And this is how it will be comfy for the time being. I'll actually put somebody here. So I'll actually get some brain do. These guys are gonna keep dumping things here. I could perfectly put a hearth right here. I believe it's far enough. Yeah, it's far enough that I can place it right here. So I gotta put a hearth within the range of another hearth. Like this hearth right here. If it were to overlap, I will not be able to make it. I have to make it as far as I can without each touching. And each hub is independent. So that means if I were to put houses or move houses from here to here, and make the decoration, I can actually upgrade it into a settlement. Into an encampment, sorry, wrong name. And it will also provide, again, the bonus of like +2 global resolve, which is pretty important. Whereas bricks, planks, and a wildfire essence, which I have. I don't have bricks, it seems, and I don't have planks either. So it's not gonna get built for the time being. I will also make sure that I have a warehouse, which I'm going to plant right here. And ahead of time, I'm going to make a park right here within the range. So, seems like I got 6 lizards at some point. So my trapper camp is upgraded. All of them from this point onward. Here it's telling me about hubs. So now all my trapper camps from this point onwards that I make are upgraded trapper camps. I got another smokehouse. Making skewers, but I already have that guy over there that can make skewers. Upgrading this project camp would actually be pretty vital, so I'm gonna upgrade this one. I mean, if I were to get this warehouse up and running, I would consider moving these guys from here to here. I cannot move the warehouse. For some reason you can... Wait. No, I can't. Okay. I think you used to be able to move the main warehouse, but it seems like you cannot anymore. I completed my glade events and have enough packed materials. I'm gonna wait until I have both completed, because I can choose to complete many of them at the same time, and I think I get like a ramping up bonus if I do so, so better to wait and see how things go for the time being. So I will wait for my packs of provisions to be completed. Which also explains the reason why I don't have bricks. I produce some jerky. The bakery is of course gonna produce nothing because there's no flour yet. New set of orders. This could be good. So I haven't done anything with the trading, and I'm gonna do stuff with the trading for a bit. Produce 40 ale and have a tavern. So I don't have a tavern yet, but I might make my best to get a tavern. So I need extra 5, which means that 8 plus 5 is 13, so let's make it so I have 13 of these. Since I meet the result requirement for my lizards, because my lizards are really happy right now, I will have to keep that for a minute, and I will be in a really good shape. I'm gonna wait for my packs of provisions to be 13. My stone cutters have run out of stone. This is not bad, but not good either. I'll put that guy that was free right here. I'm gonna check how many packs of provisions I have. I have 12, I need 13, right? It is 8 plus 5, 13, so yeah, I need one more round of provisions. I got from there, I've resolved a new reputation level. Oh, these ones suck! Well, not really, but I think the only one that is worth a damn is plantation. I like plantation a lot over the other two. So now I can make a plantation. I have fertile soil right here, but since I have this perk right here, it's gonna be pretty rough. This round of provisions will give me enough to do stuff. I will force them to deliver these provisions right away, because otherwise they're gonna make the flour and be a pain in my ass. I'm still missing materials, and now I have all the provisions required. So if you notice right down here, if I were to complete one at a time, it would be like a +1 this way, a -1 this way. I think if I do one, it will be here. If I do another one, it should go here if it were 1 by 1. But I think it would actually be multiplied. So in theory, it would send by completely to the same time over here. So let me see. Nope. There you go. I need 3 provision thingies. So let me put this here, make it 3, and continue. I have 2 blueprints available. As I said, I wanted the tavern, and I got the tavern, and I can produce brew and pickled goods. So let's make this happen. The brewery right here. I will place it. I could perfectly place it over here or over here. But I will make my production buildings be here for the sake of convenience. For future proofing, I should absolutely be putting my things near a heart. Like here, or like here. And right now I'm running on the problem that I'm gonna have a lot of homeless people. But also that, I don't have enough materials to start making this stuff. So I have to make it a priority that these 2 things get built as soon as possible. Because I want to have these 2 hubs upgraded as soon as possible. So I can produce pickled goods. I think I'm gathering mushrooms, aren't I? Yeah. Mushrooms and eggs for my pickled goods. I think I don't have neither to produce either. So this tavern and this brewery are not going to be producing much for the time being. I could very perfectly drop another of these herbalist camps to start gathering, which might not be a bad idea. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. So they can gather both from here. Also, the reason I don't have enough is because I am exploding my things here. So hopefully when I'm done with these building materials, I can dump these guys out and I will actually have enough materials to do things. So my warehouse is finally completed. A new set of perks. This cornerstone option will disappear if you decide to unpause the game before choosing it. The guild can be very profitable. You gain 15 amber every time a new group of villagers arrive, but you will lose all stored amber upon picking this cornerstone. Global production is increased by 50%, but trading is unavailable. I'm not doing any trading at this encampment right now. So I'm going to pick the other caravans. And lo and behold, every single thing is going to produce things faster. This is actually a really good perk if you're doing no trading whatsoever, but trading is utterly friggin' broken. And trading is obscene. So now I have a new herbalist camper here, which I will throw these 2 humans in. I will throw these guys in here so my food stockpile doesn't crash and burn into smithereens. So my food situation is kinda solved. My heart situation is gonna be solved very quickly as well. And when that is solved, I will be throwing a couple of shuttles here so that I actually get to upgrade this heart into an encampment. I have to assign somebody to this. I will throw this guy here, and I will throw this shelter right over here, like this. So now I have 3 people living here. I'll do this, like this. And I need a total of 8 people living here, so it upgrades. 3, 6. Do I have 3 more here? Yes, I do. And now I have 9. Boom, upgraded. Now it's an encampment. And hey, I have twice the thingy, so now I have 4 to my global resolve. Encampments, hubs get extra levels of upgrade the more I upgrade my smoldering city. So this is important. Very, very important to do. My tavern is ready. A Weeba. Crystallized Dew. I don't have much stone to make. This one is good. Coats are beneficiary for my current setup. I have a lot of beavers and I have a fair amount of humans, and they both have needs for clothing. My problem right now is that I don't have much in terms of fiber, but that can probably be solved relatively soon, I hope. Let me make more path here. This guy with the crystalline 2 has been making some, but not a lot. My tavern is not yet done, but hopefully it will be done soon. These guys have completed their task of making packed goods, so I will actually have some availability to this. I will complete this. I will get even more newcomers. So for these materials that I'm really lacking for, traders usually bring a lot. I should actually show what a trader does, but I don't have trading available because I picked that perk. Oops. Whoops. But yeah, materials that you're lacking, traders usually may have them, so it's always worth using trading for that. I'm gonna move this here, and I'm gonna move this guy over here. I will add an extra woodcutter because honestly it doesn't change much to my current situation. My guys are super happy, so they can tank a level 2 storm, level 3 storm with ease. Hopefully this gets built in the nearby future. Did my weaver get built? My clothier is not built yet. Only needs 1 piece of fabric to make 10 pieces of cloth. Also, I can check what can produce cloth by clicking here, and only my crude workshop can produce it so far. I have many inhabited abandoned buildings because obviously none of these are producing things that I want to actually use right now, or either I don't have availability to the materials that they use. That to save every so often. I think once the storm has passed, I will open this glade and pray to the gods that it uses materials that I have available. I hope it is either simple tools or the spark dew that I have, or I'm gonna try a lot of gears or parts because I really don't need much in terms of parts. I also am running out of stone. I don't have available the mine, so I cannot gather these things. So it can get pretty rough, but I'm in really good shape, to be frank. New set of orders have come in. 3 ancient tablets or 15 aesthetic decorations. This one is actually completable. Have 16 beavers. Doable. +2 to my pickle jar production. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, that one is actually really doable. Also, the benefit of doing this by their reputation is that you actually start getting more and more population out of these guys. So I don't have to wait for orders to start getting shit. This part is filling up really quickly. Boom, I got another level. I can really make skewers out of these guys. Biscuits, I can really make them at that level. This would actually be really convenient. Planks at cheaper rate, yeah. I'll actually do that. Is the carpenter right? Yeah. Put the carpenter right here. If by some magical reason you end up getting crystallized too, make simple tools, otherwise you will start making planks. And as soon as I get enough planks, I will be able to disable it from here. And they will have dedicated fabric production. Also, I'm getting a lot of leather because of tanning racks, so my fabric production is pretty good. My plank production right now is pretty garbage. And I can hopefully fix this soon. I have a lot of homeless people still, don't I? Yeah, I have a couple of them. So I will keep adding homes here for the time being. I don't have specialized homes yet, so I will have to make do for now. And because the specialization is wood cutting, putting beavers right here is gonna be extremely beneficial. If I get this computer up and running, I will get this clothier up and running as well. New set of perks. Salda's cookbook. I will get 10 jerky for every 10 pie produced. A no-brainer whatsoever. My woodcutter camp has no available thing. We get more newcomers. Let's get these newcomers settled in. Let's get another shelter rolling in. And I think it's time to open the glade. It's time to see what's on the other side of Satan's smelly breath. I have 16 beavers, so I'm gonna get another order completed. Boom. And this is the big payoff from the biome. The Dead Leviathan, a giant dead beast. How they get here? It requires a camp of 2 stars recipe or better. And it has 999 charges. Provides meat, leather on a 40% chance, sea marrow, jerky, and crystallized dew. And this thing right here that requires things that I by chance have is the Fishman Lighthouse. When this is active, it adds plus 150 hostility for every heart in the settlement. So I'm gonna get a 300 hostility while this event is ongoing. And I could either salvage it and get all these resources or convert it, which will get me an endless amount of sea marrow and will count as 16 decoration for harmony. So I think it's to my best convenience to convert this into a lighthouse. And my hostility is level 5. This is why you do this on drizzle and clearance and not on a storm. Like a level 5 would make this storm be a -20 to the result, and this would nuke all of these guys. It would be catastrophic. And also have this another carpenter, which is neat. Now I have a carpenter ready, which means that I can throw 2 beavers into here. And most importantly, I have this Leviathan, which means that I can, and would be to my best convenience, first things first, make another trapper camp right here. Second, to give priority to this. And third, I can put a workhouse to shorten the route, because from here to here is not that much. I could if I didn't have this workhouse here, but I think like this workhouse and this heart is good enough. And I'm gonna move these 2 trapper camps, even though like there's stuff here. I think the Leviathan will be far more convenient to harvest right now. I'm gonna move this guy here, move this guy here, and move this guy over here. Temporarily, until things settle. What do we have here? We have an abandoned cache. How did I check? No, don't destroy. Not this, not alt. Oh, there we go. This is telling me what resources are here. There's meat. There's a big sack of meat. There's some amber and some coal. No stone here. I got my beaver resolve thing completed, so I can make pickled goods on a higher rate. I'm gonna put another house right over here. This stone cutter's camp, I'm gonna move over here so it doesn't distract me no more. Since I have lizards to throw around, I will throw a couple more lizards. The herbalist camp has no more resources, so I have no more mushrooms. I could very perfectly start making my way to the other forbidden glade. So this is important to note. Each forbidden glade has a different big node. It's extremely likely that I managed to get the trapper one. The other one can have the herbalist one, and the other one can have the forager one. So rather than having these guys be dead on the water, because I also need like the other components that the herbalist produce, I will grab this woodcutter's camp, throw it all the way over here, and start making my way to the other forbidden camp. Avoid the glades, please. And I'm gonna start marking this way, like this. So this woodcutter camp will start chopping this way. So I'm tabbing a bit here and there, so it's gonna get a bit laggy, but it will be okay. This dead Leviathan is doing work. And what else? Yeah. I'm gonna put a path right over here so my trappers move a bit faster and they can dump their shit in here. My clothier is up and running, so I'm gonna put some of my humans. If I had harpies, I would put my harpies here and they will be extremely happy to work here. Have this completed? Not yet. Oh yeah. Very important thing that I forgot to mention. I'm gonna dump these guys here. So the main card right here, you can sacrifice resources, and by sacrificing resources you can, for example, if you sacrifice wood, it grants minus 50 hostility, and this is a burn over time. So if I were to say I'm gonna burn some coal, which is 20 coal per minute for a minus 80 to hostility, and this stacks 3 times. So for example, right now I have level 5. I burn first stack minus 80. If I do like this, minus 160. If I do like this, minus 240. This is important on the higher levels, but this means that I'm burning 60 coal per minute, which is a lot. So usually you would want to do this if you are like in a high emergency on a storm. But these effects are not the same. Like wood is hostility, coal is hostility, but Cimarrow, which is really important, is 20 Cimarrow per minute and grants glade event work speed reduced by 25%. Stacks 3 times, which means if I were to have Cimarrow and were to burn 3 stacks, this event would go extremely fast. And this is also really important also on the higher difficulties, when there's like a really important event that you want to just get out of the way as soon as possible, so that you can reap the rewards as fast as you can. And then there's oil. Sacrifice 15 oil per minute. Global production speed increased by 25%. Can be up to 75 with the 3 stacks up. This is also pretty good. Which means that all my camps, everything will just start producing at 75%. And it gets pretty nutty at that point. Like it would stack with this 50% and other perks. It's pretty crazy once everything gets going. I have this jerky going, I have this going. This carpet, then I think I'm gonna just salvage it, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send 3 lizards in and just salvage the fuck out of this place. Since I have my carpet up and running, I don't need these guys to make planks anymore. And these beavers, I think I have another beaver so I can keep producing a lot of planks. Things wood seems to be running out. Adding another wood gap would not be a bad idea, so I'm gonna do that right now and help on over this place. So this is better. This is comfy. Like, there's no corruption, there's no blight rot or anything like that, even though corruption and blight rot really are not that much of a pain. So this is easy. I may not have all my essential blueprints right now, but this is doable. I'm gonna move this trapper camp right over here so they are on the road rather than over here. I like to keep these guys here. This is completed, so every minute I get 5 sea marrow. This is gonna be helpful later. And I can move this lighthouse wherever I want. I'm gonna put it right where? Right here, maybe? So this is cool. And right now I am settled here. Like, my needs for meat, my needs for leather, sea marrow, jerky, and crystallized 2 are gonna be met. Just because I have this Leviathan right here. I think I haven't seen ever the Leviathan be fully consumed. Like, your workers will have to be working like lightning bolt to consume 999 charges of this big mammoth of a thing. So producing ale and pickled goods is out of the question right now. Do I have anything that can produce barrels? I don't think I do. Let me check on recipe. I can check for barrel. My provisioner can produce barrels. And it needs crystallized dew. So I'm gonna put it right here. Since I'm not having any mushrooms. Oh, I have provisioning is active the entire time. That's bad. Whatever. Whatever. So I'm gonna keep these guys active for the time being. My woodcutter camp has no available wood nearby. So I'm gonna put them right over here so they start clearing other areas for the time being. This woodcutter camp exists, but it has no woodcutters active. I think I can tank a level 3, no problem. I'm gonna move this woodcutter camp here so it is closer. I am thinking of adding another car, and it would not be a bad idea actually. Like, I still have spare. Yeah, I have another spare wildfire, so it would not be a bad idea. I'm gonna chop this area here so I have place for a road. And this is my last set of orders. I have 16 lizards. I think I have enough lizards for that, so that's a freebie. And produce luxury goods or produce trade goods. This gives me 4 wildfire essences. But honestly, I don't think I have anything that can produce luxury goods. Luxury goods. Oh, the carpenter car. The carpenter can do that, but I don't have any luxury goods available. I lie. I can make. But I can. No, I don't have wine, and I don't have pigment. Time to check everything here and see. No. And any other building that I have. No. So I cannot really produce any of the trade goods, luxury goods. Another order completed, unless I somehow pull one out of my hat. Racial houses. I have what, 17? 17, and 8. I think it's to my best convenience to put lizard houses. Or no, wait. Because I think lizard houses use stone, and my stone situation right now is dire at best. So I think I will have to go for beavers. So how many I have? I have 21 here, and I have 21 here. I will assign somebody here for now. I will convert this into another encampment. So I'm gonna put this camp over here. And I'm gonna start building some beaver houses so I get my bonus and my encampment bonus as well. Some beaver houses here. I'm gonna move these guys a bit further here. Oh, I could make somebody collect some mushrooms here actually. Throw my humans here. I didn't notice the mushrooms at all. I am pretty absent-minded about it. Dump these guys here. I'm gonna grab this path, drag it a bit longer here. Drag this path over here. So I'm gonna add a bit more than 4. Probably make it this and this. And I'm gonna chop here so it looks okay. Actually, I'm gonna break this road here and move the house from here to here. So it looks good. I got my new perks. Ancient Pact. The cost of knowledge can be very high. You can see the contents of each undiscovered glade, but discovering a dangerous or forbidden glade kills 1 villager. A joint venture with the Stormwalkers Guild can be very profitable. You gain 15 amber up front. Where a group of villagers that arrives while you lose all the storm amber. I don't want any of these. Thank you very much. And I will grab these guys. So I have a couple of unhoused yet, but that's gonna change pretty quickly. My beavers are producing a lot of carpentry. The clothing needs are being met. The makeshift absolutely gonna have nobody, and this. Oh right, I should probably assign 3 people here. I am a dum-dum. To have the 3 global. I could have these guys be very happy the entire time. But I forgot. I apologize. I haven't got any other of the big guys, but since all these guys are happy, I'm gonna start getting more reputation. I think I should absolutely open the glade. The glade must be opened. Open the country. Stop having the glade closed. And let's see what disgusting thing happens to be on the other side of this glade. Hopefully it is not something that requires a lot. These guys are super happy right now, producing a lot of coal. My wood situation is a bit better than it used to be. This guy is okay. Chop, 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 chop. Boom. Another lighthouse. Because of the lighthouse production of sea marrow, I can just choose sea marrow right here. And now it takes what, 2-3 minutes, is this right? But I have the overlay. But if I start burning sea marrow, now my glade event will be 1 minute and 17. This is an example. I will not start burning the sea marrow until my guys are actually over there. Oh. Time to do this. Level 7. I better complete this before the storm rolls in, because I'm gonna be in a heap of trouble otherwise. And this is a supplier. Supplier can produce planks, and water skin. And here is the herbalist version of the big Leviathan, the giant protofungus. It's an ancient visceral organism. Protofungi can sometimes be referred as living and breathing hearts of the marshland. They require a camp with 2 stars recipe or better. And they have mushrooms, but also produce a 40% chance of pigments, water skins, spark dew, and pickled goods. Hey, I have 2 of these camps right here. I'm gonna do exactly the same as I did with my trapper camps. Dump them all the way over here. And like my trapper camp, I'm gonna make a 3rd herbalist camp. I'm gonna dump over here temporarily because I'm gonna have my woodcutters cut this small piece of thing. this patch of trees so I can actually move these guys here. I'm gonna move this here, and I'm gonna assign one of these guys here and one of these guys here. Oh, these guys started working? Okay, cool. Watch this really neat trick. Blow all my sea marrow. And now this event is gonna take me 1 minute to complete. My sea marrow will highly likely run out before it's done, but this is huge amount of progress for the amount of sea marrow that I'm burning. And I'm gonna make it back up because it's gonna be 2 lighthouses now. I have one that is making 5 sea marrow per minute, and in a couple of seconds I will find out. Will not find out, I already know. Boom. And now I have a second stack. Now I'm producing 10 sea marrow per minute. And you're gonna exist right next to your brother. And all this junk really doesn't matter much. Chop chop. Chop 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 chop. So yeah, I'm gonna end up getting a deed completed because I managed to complete a settlement without extra resources from the get-go, which can be pretty handy later on when you start unlocking essential buildings, like say the houses, the human house, the lizard house, the beaver house. The orders will be tailored to your villagers. Sometimes they will be like, okay, you should have say 14 resolve for your lizards on a timed order, for example. And your lizards start with 7, and you're like, okay, how do I get from 7 to 14 at the very start? Say, well, you can just make some lizard houses, and that would complete it pretty quickly. Also, I complete all these deeds. Win a game after completing 5 glade events. Don't let the Queen's Impatient reach above 6. Winning a game in the marshlands. Complete a game above Pioneer. Win a game with at least 40 villagers. Nobody dies. Don't open any caches. Win a game without completing any camp events. And win a game with having gained at least 5 reputation points through resolve. And here I can continue. But it says here, the position is secure. You can now choose to leave, or you can continue to play this map, but you will not get any additional deeds. And any additional deeds won't be completed, and you will not earn any additional experience or settled resources, which are the main things that you would want. So it will be worthless to continue. So let's go back to the war. And I got 934 points, and I got a lot of resources. So what we're gonna do now that we got some resources right here. Training expeditions have not been unlocked yet. This ancient battleground looks promising. Start with 50 hostility though, but that can be managed. I can keep going through the marshlands, but we're gonna go to the smoldering city right now. And we're gonna turn in these deeds that have been completed. Because I won a game in Pioneer or higher, I get a pipe decoration. I get a lamp aesthetic decoration. For completing 5 glade events, I get 50 experience, which I get another level up, and I unlock the temple, the scribe, the mine, Old Pal of the Trader, another cornerstone, and another cornerstone. This cornerstone is pretty. I like these both cornerstones. When I see them, I usually pick them. Some woodworkers can stop working, gain 3 barrels for every 10 planks you produce, which means if I have perks that increase my plank production, because you usually, let's say, you produce 2 baseline from the shittiest camp, there are some perks that say, okay, you can produce 1 extra plank. So now every time I produce planks, I produce an extra one and can keep on going. So my carpenter say like now can produce 10 planks every cycle. So 1 cycle of planks will mean that I will get 3 barrels and so on and so forth. And it can get pretty nutty, which means that I will not need a building that produces barrels because I have just this perk to produce the barrels for me. And Rich Glades is extra charges to my deposits whenever I discover on new glades. Traders, I will probably go into it on the new encampment. This is an essential building, a mine. It digs up the copper and the coal from the ground. It has to be put on top of those nodes to dig them up. Scraps will scroll and nail. And the temple is another city building that has a passive effect, and it fulfills the needs for religion and education. Extra 50 experience, extra 50 experience, another 50 experience. I'm gonna end up leveling up again because I stacked all these things on top of each other. And now I unlocked the guild house, the clan hall, the cellar, another cornerstone, yet another cornerstone, and yet another cornerstone. I love this cornerstone. Minus 40 hostility for each hub upgraded to the level of neighborhood or higher. This is a really good way to mitigate hostility, and I always end up grabbing more than once. Rebellious Spirit is pretty neat if your Queen's Impatient is super high, and producing copper bars out of nowhere is pretty neat. Clan Hall is another city building, and Hill House is another city building. Both these two are pretty insane, and I love them. And I think I completed all of these. Okay. Buy upgrades because I got some resources. Again, a permanent 2% burning duration for all types of burned resources in the heart, and I get these embarkation bonuses. Better unlock this stuff. Consumption control fundamental upgrade, yes. And Pioneer's Gate. Every villager in your settlement gains a 2% permanent walking speed, and I get a embarkation point bonus. Yes. And here I cannot unlock this because first I don't have food stockpiles, and second I don't have artifacts. These are the resources required to unlock things. This is the very long, steady tree for unlocks. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for things like completed settlements gives me food resources, but then what gives me artifacts and machinery? Well, these things right here. Completing maps with modifiers can give you extra food, like this one, or it can give you machinery or artifacts if I were to complete, which encourages you to take on these challenges. I can already grab some extra resources because I completed the map with without an embarkation bonus. So I'm gonna do one like this. Stone is 2. I usually think that these ones are 1, but they're 2. I'm gonna do it on veteran. I'm gonna call it marshmallow because I'm very original. And because I'm doing a veteran, I'm gonna get a crap ton of experience, a crap ton of food stockpile, artifacts, machinery. And it's gonna be of 50 hostility, so I have to be on my toes. Let us proceed. Hopefully it goes well. I have to be quick and I have to be smart on my placement of things. Oh, it's 100 hostility. Oh boy. And these are my negative. This is my positive effect, my only positive effect. Villagers with effects move 20% faster, and to gain it, I have to fulfill the following requirements. Complex food and housing on 8 villagers at least. Well, actually on all of them. But it's 8 from the get-go. I have the Looming Storm. Oh yeah, some negative effects can be mitigated if you prevent it by fulfilling the requirements. And this one is pretty much give them housing and they will not be on a really shitty mood. Lightning, I have to pay 5 copper ore multiplied by the amount of years. And if I don't, lightning strikes will destroy 3 of my buildings. Great. Melancholy, yeah. Minus 2 penalty to the result, blah blah blah. And Blight Rod mutation. It's Blight Rod. Oh boy. Blight Rod. So there's an explanation help that I will showcase in a minute. But first things first, I'm gonna get my woodcutter's camp up. I think I can only have one up because now the multiplier is 2, not 1. Blight Rod, right here. The recipe in production building has a Blight Rod footprint. I think it's how much production will be made by creating a given item. This version accumulates, and when it reaches a certain threshold, the Blight Rod seeds will start appearing on the building. The exact amount of accumulated Blight Rod can be seen in the Blight Rod tab in the given production UI. Blah 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 blah. They will lie dormant. And too long didn't read explanation is production buildings will produce Blight Rod. Blight Rod stacks on the building. They will give benefits, but when the storm rolls in, these cysts that are produced by the production buildings will bloom, and they will start corrupting your hearth right here. And if this reaches all the way to 1,000, it will start killing villagers. You want to avoid that. You will have to start doing the dance of, I want this amount of Blight Rod here or not. I don't have any timed orders, to be honest, so I shouldn't be actually withholding anything. So I'm gonna start doing this, and I could start doing this. And also build some shelters. I have 8, 3, 6, 9, 12. And I'm gonna put a park somewhere over here. So, Blight Rod, I can show it here. Like, for example, here, I can say with the burning post, because you get an additional building right here, the Blight Post and the hydrant that use wood or other fuel to produce purging fires. And you can tell them, hey, this building, you can burn the cysts when they bloom. I have a perk right here. Reeds. Do I have reeds on this map? No. I will do some trading. I can tell the Blight Post, hey, this building, burn the cysts when they bloom. And they will just go with their fires, and they will use their flamethrowers and blow up the cysts, and this bar will go down significantly. But if I were to tell them not to do that, and keep the cysts rolling, when they reach these certain thresholds right here, they will get these additional benefits. Some are negative, of course. I say, the Blight Rod goes in the structure, meaning that there's no way to destroy the building. I will have to burn all the cysts before I am able to destroy the building. Blight Rod cysts produce a strange pollen that affects the craftsmanship in this building. Workers work or move 20% faster. That's good. And then there's this one. Prevents the cysts creating a strange aura within the building. Workers have a 25% chance of doubling their production. So here is where you would actually be like, do I keep the Blight Rods going and start making a shit ton of things, or I could absolutely start burning every time the storm is happening, so I don't actually fill up this bar and fucking start genociding my villagers in return. So it's a good game of I would say juggling either how much corruption you can get and how much corruption you should avoid having before you hit a really bad threshold. Both are pretty garbage. 5 planks, 20 mushrooms. I think the tools are the only thing that are redeeming on the other one. Oh, hey, synergy. I can pick 2 of these and have something. Salvage ruins and discover 2 glades. This one's actually pretty doable. And I get a +1 to stone and clay. Yeah, why not? I don't have. Actually, no. This one is pretty good. This one is really good. It actually allows me to segue into the consumption control. I unlocked this one. So consumption control, you can tell them you cannot consume certain things and they will get pretty pissy about it. But it also acts as a sheet. When you have all the 3 races, they will be able to tell you, hey, these guys consume jerky, these guys consume skewers, biscuits. And usually you will be able to tell, oh hey, all of these guys consume biscuits, so if I were to produce a lot of biscuits, I would be able to cover all 3 races. That's pretty convenient. Right, so my orders went through. Let's see what we can get from here. I don't have any herbalism up and about. Actually, do I have any upgraded camps? I believe none. None, and I don't have any bullets. I'm getting the carpenter going for cheaper planks wouldn't be a bad idea. Also, for simple tools. Wait, fuck me. Just give me the planks too, with the lumber mill. Bricks, pottery, and crystallized dew. This is actually good. Because now I will have enough material to make simple tools, and with simple tools I will be able to open caches left and right. That's not bad. The brickyard could be good. And jerky is amazing. Jerky is really good and really cheap to make because it's meat and thingy, so come to Papa. This produce eggs and leather, but I don't mind much about this. I think I should have another woodcutter's camp working because I'm not in Viceroy yet. Once I upgrade my camp up and I have enough resources for everything, I will be in a very good position. Oh yeah, something I usually do at the start of the map that I didn't do is check which way I have a huge advantage in terms of gathering dangerous and forbidden glades. Because this way I have like 3 glades here that I really don't want to pop open, because now opening regular glades is a huge disadvantage, because I think baseline glades are 10. Now with the 2 multiplier it becomes 20. And that's like 1/5 of a bar. That's not something I want. So I want to minimize the amount of glades that I will open. So my best bet is actually opening forbidden glades and dangerous glades over normal glades. And usually the requirement to complete a glade event on a dangerous glade, it could be like as easy as just send your guys in and stay there for like 3 minutes and they will complete the event. And some other situation can be like, okay, have like 15 or 12 planks or other materials that are really easy to make from the start. So this guy, for example, I would just send 1 guy here. Have so many on somewhere. I'll have to actually hold up a bit. I'll start cutting this way and start cutting this way, since I have them set up to don't open until I say so. It's gonna take a bit of time. I should actually prioritize these shelters as well to open up, because I want my guys to be housed before this happens, because otherwise I'm gonna be in a very disastrous position. It's gonna be a -8 and a -4. No, and a -5 if they're not all housed. So it's gonna be pretty nasty. And I want to have this camp up and ready. So I think what I'm gonna do is forego the food for a bit. Might also forego the stone for a bit, for the time being. And I'm gonna have a couple of these guys working on the wood, so I have enough resources to upgrade this hub, so I can weather the storm. But this game is a lot of planning. If you plan ahead really well, you can weather the storm with ease. But if you don't plan ahead and you start cracking open glades left and right, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Like right as I am, if this house is not completed in the next 5 minutes. I'm gonna lower this priority and I'm gonna raise the priority of this thing as well. At least this house needs to be completed, so I don't get fucked over by this. Okay, oof. Now, hopefully I have enough wood for... Damn it! Come on, wood. If I upgrade the park, if this gets upgraded, the result will be high. Also, the result is not like an instant plummet, it lowers over time. There we go. So now I'm in an okay position. And I'm gonna cut this guy off, so I actually get 2 of my food. My newcomers will be in a good position for me to start producing other things. Produce some bricks and some fiber. They will not be housed instantly, but they will be able to house themselves. I get new perks. I think I got new orders as well. No. New orders in 2 minutes. Oh, there we go. I like this one. This is also ethereal, so I have to either pick it now or get fucked. This one is also good. If the impatience is pretty high, the global result will just skyrocket. You take what you must. +1 to your wood production. Lose all stored fuel upon picking this cornerstone. I don't have much fuel, so I'm gonna end up getting a lot of wood, which is pretty important for me right now. Like, if I take it this early on when there's not much enough wood, I had like 12. Now I'm gonna get a huge amount of fuel out of this. This is gonna make my life hella easier. Oh yeah, and I should probably welcome these newcomers. Since I don't want to have another different race right now, I will eventually be forced to pick. I'm gonna get... I had lizards, no beavers. Whatever. I said I don't want another race and I end up picking a different race. Whatever. I'm clearly very clever. But on the plus side, now I have beavers that are gonna give me a lot of wood, and if this gets up ×2, now I get 4 pieces of wood out of this. Everything stacks up. And because I have a lot of lumberjacks, they're gonna be gathering a lot of wood. So now my fuel resources, my fuel reserves are gonna be pretty high. The corruption of this guy is not really that high either. I think they're all housed up. So now begins the when I'm gonna crack open this thing. The answer is pretty soon. I should probably move my trapper camp over here. No, well, it's too far away to grab these guys. I wanted to, unless I do it like this. Oh, it costs 5 wood. So yeah, this is also a difference that happens on Veteran and onwards. Now it starts to cost resources to move your buildings, your shelters. On Pioneer and Settler, it costs less. The gathering camps are free because they are not like solid buildings, they're carts. That's the point of why they're not costing anything to move around. So I got a new set of orders. 2 ancient tablets for a +1 to export precipitation, 20 amber. This one is doable. And this one is good. Have 10 villagers. So this is the difference with the other one. The other one that said meet the requirement of leisure 20 times. This one is have a total of 10 villagers at the same time meet their clothing requirement for 120 seconds. Right now, if I were to pick this and I say I have like 999 pieces of clothing in my warehouse, I would not be able to complete it at all. Because lizards don't use clothing, but beavers do. But the amount of beavers that I have in my village right now is 2. I will not be able to meet it ever. I will have to have at least 10 beavers, or 10 humans, or a combination of both that reaches 10 villagers to actually be able to at least meet the requirement and then meet the 2-minute requirement to actually complete this order. So instead of this one, which I will produce an extra piece of fiber of fabric, which is not bad, or this one, which I will eventually complete. make two halves reach the level of encampment, which I usually do. So I like this one a lot more. These guys are in an okay position. These guys, I'm okay right now. So it's a this is a lull moment. This is a moment that I have to sit back, relax for a bit, and be slightly concerned about the resolve of my lizard. I'm gonna also take this time to drink some water. Oh, I'm low on fuel. Not really. I'm gonna stop being low on fuel really soon. My plank situation is what's keeping me hostage at this point in time. Just recap my other guys since there's nothing building going on. Small trapper camp has no nearby resources. Move over here, and now you have these mollusks right here that produce meat and leather. The stone camp is gonna run out of resources pretty soon, which means that eventually I will have to crack open this area right here. I'm gonna make sure that I don't crack open this one accidentally. But yeah, after the next storm, I will crack open this, and we're gonna have fun. In the meantime, I'm gonna put this pathway over here. I know it's not gonna end up being built, but I want at least a pathway that makes getting the resources from the glade to my warehouse quick. This guy's taking a break. You might as well just go and grab the path and make it. I'm gonna also designate this area right here to be destroyed and this area right here to be destroyed. So I actually have more room. They're all housed. I'm gonna get a -8. My food situation is okay so far, but it's not gonna be okay for the next year. So I have to slowly work my way and hope that the dangerous glade over here is not a hard one. I have enough planks to resolve the next event if it's asking for planks. Something that I usually do is have a ring collector as well. I know I'm going to end up using 2 of my planks, but I think it's a worthwhile sacrifice. Because Spark 2 sometimes is also asked as a resource. So I'm gonna have somebody gather Spark 2 for the meantime. Everybody's house so they don't take the -5. I will probably put a trading post right over here soon. So we get to see what the trading post has to offer. This means that I have no free workers to open to build anything, so I have to wait. And now I have newcomers and a new set of perks. Silent looting. Your scouts have learned how to be cautious when looting abandoned caches. Every open cache lowers the hostility by -15 points. It looks pretty good. I don't have any reeds to produce, so this one looks pretty good. I think I have the ability to make simple tools, right? Because I have the brickyard and the crystallized dew. So this could be a good route to lower my hostility by find a lot of cash and start opening them. So the storm receded, so time to open this. I will throw all this stuff away. Add humans into the mix. Sure. So now I have my 3 races. I have humans, beavers, and lizards. I think I'm gonna end up getting all these 3 until I unlock harpies on a higher level. Yeah, the trading post is gonna get built. I have one of them homeless, so I should probably make a shelter here. And here's our first dangerous settlement. Dangerous Glade. It's asking for goods that I don't have. We're gonna be in a bit of a pickle. So my best bet is, of course, I'm gonna ask them to keep the goods because it's 5 ancient tablets. This is a huge amount of stuff. So I have to somehow engineer my way to make oil, or find resin, find coal, which I have right here. It's gonna produce 1 impatient and spawn 3. This is not terrible. This is sustainable. But I have to gather this coal right away. So what I'm gonna do is, first things first, I'm gonna move this camp over here. Add an additional person here. It's gonna trigger level 2. I have to keep that in mind. Move this guy here, move this beaver here. And I'm gonna make sure, because I think there's another, sorry that I'm getting really close. I think there's another coal node right below this mushroom, which can happen often, so I have to be very thorough with my wood cutting. And if that's the case, I'm gonna put a warehouse right here, and I'm gonna put a mine right here, and mine up this coal, so that I can actually complete this event. And here, oh, and here's the other benefit of having the merchant. So the merchant is selling a lot of goods, and he's selling sea marrow and selling coal. Each have a different value. Sells this. Does it sell resin or oil? It doesn't sell resin nor oil, but it sells. Oh, it sells oil. It sells oil at a 27 amber. So, how much I need of each? 25 oil. So if I were to buy 25 oil, let's say, it would take me 675. If I were to buy 25 coal, it would take me 13 amber. So what we're gonna do, 25 oil, dump all this crystallized dew. We almost meet the required amount. 620, 38, and let's put a brick into this. Brick to bricks. There we go. And with that, I have the 25 oil required to crack open that event. Also, it sells, merchants also sell perks like shovels. These are like common perks. 2 additional copper bars on production, which is not terrible. 2 additional pigments, simple tools, blah, blah, blah. Also amber, they sell. This amber, of course, is on a higher cost. It's gonna take me an equivalent of 50 amber to get his 40 amber, but there will be a point where I have so many resources that I can just empty out his inventory. So I should make this trade right here. I have the required 25 oil. I am gonna dump probably 1 or 2 lizards from here. I'm gonna put this human here, and I'm gonna dump the lizard here. I'm gonna keep the resources because I really don't care about the 20 amber nor the Queen's Grace. And investigate. And the effect here is like every so often, every 60 seconds, it's gonna produce a fishman totem. But I will complete a glade event, and I will have ancient tablets, which will allow me to complete 2 orders. Also, the Queen's impatience is going pretty high, so I should be very wary. And as a reward here, I have, sorry, some food, coal, which will fuel my things, and I have some wheat for grains and fiber. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Put a herbalist camp right here, and with the humans, they will gather a lot of crap out of this. The Fishman totem has arrived, and this causes my facility to be raised by 40 points. And the requirement is just throw one person in here and everything will be a-okay. My stonecutter ran out of stone, so now he's a free man. I'm at trapper camp, ran out of food. Good thing that I have this right here. And there's a big cache right here. But I don't have enough simple tools. Because I don't have amber, I don't have crystallized dew, nor wood, nor the place to produce them. So I have to be very patient and cautious right now. But once I have this mine rolling in, another fisherman's totem is up and running. So what I'm gonna do is maybe dump one of my beavers and throw this guy. I actually have an extra lizard, so go lizard. You beaver can go back and keep producing wood for me. After the next storm rolls in and is done, I will crack open this dangerous glade and hopefully it is something that I can complete. A clam house and 20 training gear. I don't think I have that sort of thing. But this is actually doable because I have a training. Oh, the Cis rods, that's right. Oh, this one is actually pretty good. So, if I make a blight post right now, which would be convenient, it will start burning the Cis rods from this, and it will start burning the Cis rods from this. Right now, the corruption level of this is not really that high. At least I haven't seen any cysts bloom. I'm also in a bit of a pickle because these guys are gonna be -8. Alright, because another totem spawned and I didn't see it. Hopefully the hostility doesn't skyrocket high enough that things go south. I don't believe they will skyrocket high enough. But the situation is not looking great right now. Hopefully this gets... Yeah, this is the last totem and it will get dispelled before the storm rolls in. So this is gonna look okay. If these totems were to stand during the storm, I would get a -12. Which means my lizards are as good as gone. So this is not looking great. Could be better, but it's not looking great. And it could be far, far worse. So my woodcutter camp, I'm gonna drop this guy over here. And tell it to start opening things here. Well, not start opening things, more like start digging things here. There was no extra coal, as I suspected, so this is getting everything looted out. I will remove these things from being cut. I actually cut this. But what I'm gonna do is plant the mine right here. I'm gonna make a road right here. Road right here. And I would probably put my cars right here when I open it up. The resolve is on 10, so they will be able to. And that growling sound is the cysts of my buildings opening up right here. Right now it's not that bad, so we should be in a good position. Let's start cracking open all this stuff. My herbalist camp. Forager camp, sorry, I keep confusing herbalist and forager. Where are my humans? Where are my human boys? I'm gonna need you to be here because you have the bonus. My dude here will be okay handling things on his own. Just need you to start gathering fiber. I got my ancient tablets done. What is... I get 2 extra people. That would be really... I get 20 amber and I can complete the other one, which give me tools. That's a bad. I get a +1 to my packaged goods. So I'm gonna wait for the storm to finish happening. I'm gonna instantly shift this to here, get the next perk and see what's going on. I get +4 to my artifacts. Okay. Need for rolling, but I don't have anything that can make simple tools, I believe. Not simple tools, but here. No, I don't have anything that can make the ones that are for rolling. We make gold events, it's increased by 20%. But before artifact for every 2 completed dangerous and forbidden glade events. It's pretty tempting. It's not retroactive, that means that event right here that I completed counts for shit. So that means that it's gonna count from the next one onward. Right, and I have this piece of order that I can complete. I can complete this other one as well. So now the Queen's Resolve drops like a brick. But now I can make better decisions. I have an inkling that I'm gonna end up finding something that is gonna require a star of something. So I'm gonna gather these 2. Just, you know, a smidge of a feeling that's gonna be the case. Do I have any other... No, I only have 3 beavers. And there's the event. Yep, and it's gonna require spark glue as I hoped it would. 30 amber, yeah, this is good. This is really good. Throw these 2 lizards and start rolling with it. It has no ongoing thing, but if this goes off, this is really, really bad. It's an unstable machine that causes a magical explosion, destroys everything within 10 radius. Guess what happens to be within 10 radius of that explosion? Another dangerous glade. So this goes to hell, opens 2 glades, which increases my hostility even more, and it opens another hostile glade if this goes off. And also these nodes go to fucking hell. So it's bad. It is really bad. I also have a lot of fertile ground here. This is actually a really good glade. And as I said, I have an inkling I'm gonna find a large camp. So this glade is actually pretty good, and I have to make the most out of it. I think it would be a really good plan to have a second trapper camp. I have no herbalist camps going, so I get one here at least to get some variety of food. And right here, sorry, I'm leaning forward a bit. I see some coal and some amber. This is good. This is really good. And I have some crates right here that I can open to lower the hostility a bit. They have some purging flames, some machinery, which is a citadel resource. But I don't have enough simple tools. I will have enough simple tools soon when I turn all this amber into something. I will not finagle with this, at least for now. I'll send this human in. How many woodcutters I have? I will send my 2 beavers here. And I'm gonna move this 2 beaver camp over here so it starts working on this area. I have this coal plant ready, then 1 human. So the mine has this great benefit that you can choose upgrades. Here's the big pony, where a machine can, a pony will be sent. Strong workhorses will help miners carry excavated minerals, increasing the production speed by 50%. Deeper mine levels. A deeper mine level reveals a new ore deposit, 80 coal. This number scales according to the amount of resources that are below the mine where you made it. So for here it would be amber and coal increased. Automatic minecarts will help the miners transport resources from the mine to a storage. Deeper mine level, increase the deposit to 80. And collapse tunnel leading to more ore. If you don't build supports, the deposits will be destroyed. Which means you can choose either for faster, automatic delivery, which I usually end up doing as my first upgrade, or even more, which I end up doing for my second upgrade. The difference is 30. The difference is 30 in comparison to... Yeah, it's 30 from one to the other. Trapper Camp managed to empty this right on time. I have to make way from here to here and get the heart right here. I think my guys are really happy, but some are homeless, and this is not something that I want to happen right now. So I have to keep them happy, and I have to find a way. Rather, I already found a way to make them even more happy. Sorry for my sounds. I will put the thing here. So yeah, everything is now fitting together. Now I have 2 glade events completed. What will complete? Oh, I get interesting. And this will allow me to open this, so I will of course do it right now. Crack open this, but this requires more. This requires 16. I don't have 16. So as you can see, everything is falling together. This clink will produce coal. Coal is really good, but my wood situation is okay-ish at the time. I can throw a beaver here to increase the result because beavers like being in this place. I have a new trader in town. I don't have clay. I don't have flour. Every 15 ale I get 3 wine. This is tempting. This is really tempting, but I don't have anything that synergizes with this right now. I'll pass on whatever she's offering. I have a new blueprint. Weaver. Barrels ale. Can I produce barrels? I cannot produce that. I can produce ale. If I produce ale, I can produce wine. So I am between fabric or this. This is actually good. This is actually really good. Weaver is actually good because I also get training gear. Training gear is used for one of the big buildings, so I should also have this out in the open. The brickyard. Probably have a space right here to make the brickyard, and I should have the weaver right here. So I will stop having this place making bricks. In fact, I should do that right now. Same with fabric. So we just produce planks. Oh, but I have the carpenter too. So at this point, I really don't need this place. I can put the carpenter right here. And I think I don't need any more planks from these guys, so I can X all of this out. So these resources go back to the warehouse. I cannot destroy this building because it's heavily corrupted. I have a new set of orders. Make a temple and make 50 scrolls. I will... Yeah, but... +1 to view... Oh... So the perks that are like, yeah, if you produce each amount of something and you get like extra, like the one that was on the trader. Is the trader still around? No, it's not. Okay. So that perk that was, well, if you produce this amount of ale, you get wine. This does not, this perk right here, that is the +2 to production, does not interact with that perk. However, if it were like produce X amount of wine and you get another, like this perk right here, for every 70 wine, you get a Beaver Resolve point. That means that each time that I produce, say, 3 baseline +2, it will count towards this one. So it will make this Beaver Resolve thing go even faster. It's a choice between the Temple of the Guild House. I think I can belay this order. Can I? I think I can, yeah. I will blow up this. I will send this to somewhere else, so that I could actually complete this. And depending on what I get, if I get the Guild House or I get the, I'll throw away pots, I will throw away incense because I have no need for both at all. And I have a lizard in the open. Yes. The forager camp has nothing to go on. So, and this, since it's not a big forager camp, I cannot open this. This has been cleared, and as I suspected, there would be another amber node right below. I have to keep cutting this. I have to keep cutting this. I will move this from here to here, and I am gonna set a new card right here. So I get the resolve bonus. We're on clearance, shit, and I have one person. I have 2 people that are homeless, no? This could be a disaster if I'm not fast enough. I have to give it like the utmost priority. This could end in a disaster if my builders are not fast enough. Yeah, cracked down really hard. High hostility. So now I have to start burning some coal. I have some. All my beavers are in good jobs, so I'll have to drop this guy here. And I will do the automated one. So now my coal will go instantly to my storehouse. I have now a weaver up and running. I have bricklayer up and running. Now we have a carpenter up and running. Bricklayer. No, this is the trader. It will tell me when the next trader is coming up. Crystallized dew uses vegetables, coal or stone, and spark dew, which I'm producing in great quantities. And weaver, pack of goods, really I don't care about that. Training tools are gonna be useful, but I need to produce everything. Yeah, I can do this one. Boom. So, guild house or temple? Guild house or tavern? So the passive effect of the guild house is traders come faster. If I put one person in, at least one person in here, traders will arrive 50% faster. And if I put 3, I will get a +1 to my global result for every time I sell goods worth of 60 ambers. And this will be added retroactively, which is a really, really good one. And also there's the other thing, if I have wine, it will fulfill the needs of luxury. In tavern, if I have training gear, it will fill the brewing, and if I have ale, it will do leisure. Since I have that wine and I have that whatchamacallit, Yeah, the guild house. Because one of them eventually will pop up with something worthwhile. Like wine. Cellar, alchemist hut, or tinctuary. I think I have cellar and it's under rotation, but I haven't found a guild house. No, I haven't found the blueprint of it yet on the rotation to pick it up. But I will eventually be able to pick it up. So right now I'm burning the coal, which is not great. So hopefully I will be able to lower this hostility and not get utterly boned by this. Let me plant out this park right here. See what new perk we get. Or recipes that use metal and ore are 33% faster. Yes. Since I don't need to keep burning coal for this, I'll have to be very proactive on this year. The simple tools will probably be the key to victory, so this wood camp right here will have to start working towards the forbidden camp over here. My carpenter is up and running. Let's put a human in here. Let's start cracking up some shelters. There's some beavers. There's 3 beavers here. You guys are going to start working on making planks. My lizard is going to start working on this meat. Eggs and meat are producing some stuff here and there. This mine is going to become a very important thing in my thing, and I'm going to crack open this right now. So this is working kinda smoothly. I need to upgrade this place into an encampment. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna end up taking the hit for a couple of my wood pieces. These are under construction, aren't they? Yeah, so I can move these ones out for a bit. And I'm gonna move these ones in. So now I have 3. This under construction. This one is also under construction. Because I like to have them around the node. That's a lot. Okay, now it upgraded. Okay. Now I get an extra 2. Where is... yeah, there it is. So now I have a 4 global. We're doing great. This one right here is good. I get an extra reputation level. Scribe. Which one did I picked the temple, right? No, I picked the mark, the guild house. I didn't get offered the temple, so... okay, I can produce a clean right here. Produce fuel, no, barrels, flour, produce ale. I mean, eventually it's gonna make me produce wine. Do I have anything that produces wine right now? Wine. I would say no, I don't have. Also, as an example here, how you can like figure out, hey, what each of them consume what. If I were to have harpies instead of lizards, I would be hard on producing biscuits because all 3 benefit out of that. And this is probably their maximums if they meet everything. Here's a blueprint. Sorry. I will lean to scrolls because there's an odd chance that I will get access to temples. And if I have the scrolls ready, temple is gonna make me filthy rich. I forgot to send somebody here, so they start producing here, and I forgot to send somebody here, so they start producing here. Now I need to make that guild house. Like stat requires 40 planks and 4 fiber. I'm gonna probably cut down here. I'm gonna move these guys here so they start cutting over there. Yeah, they will open that over here. So what am I hoping for? I am hoping for either a herbalist or a trapper camp. If it is a poacher camp, I'm gonna be so sad. Also, please be... Oh! I can do this. And it's 400 points of hostility. Jesus Christ. These guys better work extremely fast. And see, this guy gives me a perk, coal, copper, and pottery. Every 10 pipe produced, I get them jerky. If the storm were to roll in, I am dead. As simple as it is. So these guys have to be fast. These guys have to be really fast. This is looking pretty dire, actually. This is looking very dire. This could be disastrous, to put it mildly. This could be a disaster. But I got the herbalist camp right here, so I am very happy. The workhouse is pretty close, isn't it? It's relatively close. Is it close enough? Is it far enough that I can put another card? Yeah. I will probably end up putting another card right here. Just for this giant mushroom. Boom. Giant mushroom will be harvested to no end. I'll start making more space over here. And I will put a warehouse. Where can I put a warehouse that is convenient? I'll put it right here. Make it a high priority. Let me see where I have my wood cutter. I'll move it right here. Okay. Let me move this guy right over here. Two minutes and 12. Next storm is... Oh dear. Do I have any sea marrow? Tell me I have some sea marrow. I don't. So the first few seconds of this storm are not gonna be pretty. At all. So I could have probably delayed opening this. But we're doing live. That's what I'm going to say. It's gonna be 20 seconds of pure torment. Oh, we're doing it. Oh god, I don't want to look. Oh, Jesus. Okay, whew. Now it's no longer active, so I am in the clear. The lizard result is still pretty in the shitter, but lizards will have to bear with it for the time being. Ah, just in time. I get a new set of orders. I think the last set of orders. Need for brawling and training garb, and I get more. Sure. And here is burned cysts and purging fire, and I get 15 roots. This one is doable as well. I think my corruption level is not bad. It's gonna get pretty nasty soon, so I'll have to keep in mind that. It's -1. Why is it so bad? How is my coal situation? My coal situation is fantastic. But I burned too cold for the time being. Also, the seas can also happen in here, and I'm gonna keep them rolling on this place at least. The mines will start producing a crap ton of coal for me. And now I have a new trader. His new perk, Rich Glade. Ah ha ha. Look at this baby right here. 10 planks, 3 barrels. Which means Carpenter will not get to make any barrels. Where my barrels being made? I'm not making any barrels, right? No, I have nothing to make barrels. But now I have Zang up in here. And every 10 roots produced, 3 incense. Plus 2 ale for my ale production, harvesting 25%. Bust. And I have a fair amount of amber. Wasn't there like something that was like sell this amount? Yeah, I have one that sell 35 on a trader or trade route. Yeah. Wine. You sell wine, don't you? You don't. You're a failure. I'm gonna sell these ancient tablets. The tablets sell for a lot. 8 apiece. So since he's marking up because fuck you. I'm gonna get a bit of meat. I guess I'll have to settle with 90 number. And I'm gonna wait for the next trader. I have 24 simple tools. I should be opening some caches here and there. Oh, there's a large stack right over here. Chest of tablets? Oh, hell yeah. Come to Papa. Come over here. Lower my hostility as well. I'm gonna get more newcomers. I'm gonna move this here. Move this here. It would not be a bad idea to add more because this thing right here is gonna give me so much shit. Even pickled goods, which is fantastic for the guys that I have right now. Fantastic. I'm gonna get a third one. Yeah, I have enough parts to make a third one. I need to get the decoration. My newcomers. Come over here. I'm gonna add 2 shelters, 3 shelters. And I'm gonna add a park right around here, I think. This will upgrade this to an encampment. And that means I will get another 2 additional global resolve. And that will help significantly. So I am in a dire situation. I'm not gonna lie. I need to start making these guys really happy. And this dire situation comes from the lack of meat. I don't have enough meat. Which means that I am gonna be in a heap of trouble in the coming future. I have a good amount of planks, Jesus. The brickmaker, like, not populated. No, he is. He's making crystallized dew on top of bricks too. Wait, because I forgot to set stone. I don't have enough stone now. I have to start opening another glade soon. This is where the game actually gets really tight. I need to start balancing out everything. My need of food is not bad. My stone is really not bad because, well, no, my stone is really, really bad because I have none. What else is working here? My woodcutters are doing work. And I'm gonna need them to be doing work the entire time. My concern has to be something else right now. I think I have enough beavers as it is here, so I need these guys to start making shit. By harvesting this. Like, harvesting this is key. I will have spark blue, I will have everything. Which leads to this. I will wait for this guy to stop producing. And make him keep gathering from here, because they will eventually start gathering pickled goods, and these guys love pickled goods. Like, I'm gathering everything that I need from here. Value from goods. Light cysts burned. I will have to make a burn post. The thing that I hated the most. Well, not hate, but it's like inconsequential to a point. But I need to do it, so I can actually start completing these orders right here. The Queen's impatience is really high, I like to say. And getting these additional blueprints could be the make or break situation right now. Right now I have produced 3 barrels. Which also means, by the way, that I'm not allowed the cyst to be burnt on this place here. The other places, sure, whatever. My meat situation is pretty dire. So I am good on wood, incense. Really, I can produce any, and I don't have any sort of clay on this biome. So things are like in the brink of going to shit. Not going to lie. Trade goods. Can I produce any trade food? I can, from the weaver. The next question is, do I have any trade goods worth shipping out? The answer is yes. I can use this. I can use this to make a shit ton of amber. Do not burn any cysts from this place. From this one, fucking burn everything. This one, burn everything. Here I have the automatic minecart that is sending me amber. I don't have the amber roads, but I have a couple of stone pieces because I'm getting stone from here. If I remember, the coal deposits can also give me stone. Yeah. Time to make these lizards become the ghost busters. You have a maximum of 5. Make them count. What are the requirements for this? Have 20 or burn 20? I'll have to have 20 of them. Oh boy. Spark do. This orders probably the next storm cycle I will be able to complete a lot of them. I have to have 20. Oh boy. The post can only handle 5, so I have to make hydrants. I will make a hydrant right around here. And right around nowhere else. None of the other places really matter. I was putting already a hydrant here. I'll put it right here. High level of corruption. I'm actually... Yeah, I'm gonna burn this right. This is what I mean. Like, the shrine right here is like... It's gonna exceed 100%. Your villagers are gonna fucking die if you don't burn your cysts. And here's our beloved guy burning the cysts. Boom. Gone. So we are in the clear right now, but it will not be for long. Actually, it's burning from the useless buildings, so... I will probably be in the clear. The hydrant is here, so he's able to gather the fires Start purging from this building, so he's in the clear. We're okay-ish. We're okay-ish right now. Time to crack open another glade. Hopefully my situation improves significantly or not. Time will tell. But my jerky situation needs to improve at this instant. 3 brutes per minute, sure. The Queen's impatient is pretty high, and I'm not getting any sort of high threshold here. Oh, my lizards are though. It's my jerkill is what's bottlenecking me right now. Like this huge bottleneck right now, what's causing all my troubles. It's a fast way to find, if you're starting to find your other camps, select one camp and then click on the arrow right here and we'll just tell you where the next one is. My newcomers. I'll move this house right here, even if it costs some wood, because I want this thing to be on a higher tier right now. Upgraded. Another 2 global to but this camp's full. They aren't. There we go. Pickled goods. We're making progress. Now these guys are happy because the pickled goods are being deposited. We'll stop here, so their production is constant. Please be an easy event. Not an event that will make me want to drag the hair out of my scalp. Oh, there we go. Uses planks. All species become less resilient to resolve drop. The resolve drops 500% faster. I can convert the altar of spirits. Each unique service building adds +2 global resolve, counts as 9 type of its decoration. This is pretty much a no-brainer. And it's a pretty easy event. So the amount of unique buildings I have is 2. 1. Did I make... No, I haven't made the guild house yet. I should make the guild house. What am I doing? What am I doing? Since it doesn't matter right now where I put the guild house. So it is on a fiber problem. We have a new trader. 2 barrels produced, buildings constructed faster. Oh, that's so bad. I'm gonna sell the 3 tablets for amber. Let's get one of these. 25. Does it sell anything for 25? I believe it does. Everything is so expensive. Oh, no, the piece of amber is 25. Bang. And I can get more crystallized dew out of these. Or, do I have anything that was have X amount of amber? No. Kaboom. More crystallized. I am teetering on the precipice right now. My fabric situation is concerning, and I don't know why. Because I didn't select leather, that's why. That's why. See, everything has an explanation. That's why my fabric situation was shit. Because I forgot to select leather. Okay, that's gonna be resolved pretty quickly. Oh, this is a tincture. Oh, I can produce wine here. Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. This needs to be resolved as soon as possible too. If I can produce wine from here, which I'm gonna put a fucking storehouse right next to it. "16 simple." We're going ham. We're gonna crack open everything. We're gonna produce wine. Wine for the guild house. I'll get everybody fucking drunk. It's gonna be sweet. It's gonna solve all my problems right now. How is my coal situation? My coal situation is fantastic. I will be able to burn 1 piece of coal. I also have meat here too, which I should absolutely start harvesting as soon as I can. These guys will be focused on this piece of mushroom. Oh, there's bigger ones here. Oh boy. Yeah, no. Trapper camp 1 here. Trapper camp 2. Come over here. It's not even filled. What is wrong with me? And once this event is over, I will gonna send the minecart not available, or this is concerning. Simple tools. Yeah. Wait, this uses planks. Yeah, no, but it already used everything. Okay. My coal situation is now fulfilled. We're doing okay. I'm gonna get a +2 to global result because I'll have this active. Wine will be made. I have mushrooms and I have the containers for the wine. This is, I think this is, we reached the end game. Oh. I knew it wasn't gonna be easy. I accidentally have used all the simple tools. So it's lacking 6, but I think I have the smithy. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is fulfilled. Okay, cool. Let's do the global reserve. It's gonna get better once the guild house is up and running. Gonna move it here. Oh boy. What? Oh. Destroyed 2 shelters and a forager camp. Oh, this is bad. I should have been paying attention. I should have been paying attention. I haven't been paying attention. That's bad. Let's get these 2 shelters up and running. The forager camp. Oh, the shelter over here. It's a repair. Rebuild it. That was bad. I'll have you build. Choose a blueprint. Okay. Clan Hall. Yes. Clan Hall is insane. Probably one of the strongest city buildings there is. Clan Hall's building perk. No species can claim for the forest as their own, but the lizard clan are the closest to the wilderness. All camps produce 100% more yields. This bonus does not affect the woodcutter's camp. This will be massive. So getting this guy going, on top of having this going with this, it's where everything just fits so well. Let's see. We have mushrooms. We have everything here. It's time for these guys to start brewing shit as soon as possible. The guild house is up and running. I'm gonna get a lizard here. I'm gonna get a beaver here, so I get my traders to come faster. I need more population. That's what's happening. That's the hard requirement right now. I will stop burning coal. Then I'll pick the green one. But right now we are on waiting for Goro. Waiting for villagers to come forth. How many villagers? We're gonna get 4. Let's get 4 lizards. With these, I can plant these 4 lizards. This coin perk will activate. And it tells me that I need to sell 5.2 goods worth of amber to get an additional global result. And this perk stacks. So if I have like a lot of goods that I end up selling, either through the merchant or through the trading posts. I don't have trade routes unlocked. Okay. At one point you unlock trade routes and you can use packages of resources to send off your goods to other settlements, and you will get amber in exchange. Nope. Produce ale. I don't have anything that uses ale, do I? I don't, but I have something that produces incense. So I will not have anything that produces ale right now. I'll put this guy here. Unless I have a human somewhere like this. Now they're too happy. They will probably get their bonus to resolve if they haven't gotten that yet. What am I looking for? What I was looking for? Right, incense. That's right. Here. Since I'm producing roots, this is a good place to start producing more. And I will throw another lizard here. This is probably where I'm gonna get a huge boost on my resolve. This gets built. I will assign 3 people in. They will resolve their need of combat for the lizards. This will skyrocket. And the incense will be made. And this will produce the needs for religion. For these guys, it will skyrocket. And the wine will come in. And the needs for luxury for this guy will skyrocket. Also, there is a religion for the lizard will skyrocket too. So, I think this is the sweet spot that I am on the road to victory. I really don't care about. Oh, I got a new trader. Saida. We gotta move faster. Yeah, all buildings have the storage capacity increased by 10. Yeah. Trade goods. Oh, right. I was making trade goods for amber. That's right. So I'll get my extra resolve out of this. I'll buy some vegetables. Why not? Some vegetables right here. Some wheat. Bam. Trade. And because I did this, right here, I have wealth. Your people are enjoying living in a prosperous settlement, +1 to the global resolve. I've earned 1 point, and I have to sell 50.2 goods worth of amber. I could probably sell these white sword essences, simple tools, all these eggs. I could sell a huge amount of mushrooms, which probably would be a good idea, actually. I could. I don't know if I should, actually. I'm making flour, aren't I? I have a provision or something that is making flour? I don't think I do. I'm not making that. I haven't produced these to produce ale and I can produce ale. What am I doing? What am I doing? But I don't have anything that produces need for... Maybe if another blueprint shows up. Maybe I will be able to produce... But now I'm producing the incense, I'm producing everything. I'm in a really good position. I see the road to victory. They're gathering their wine. The beavers haven't gone into their break yet. So I need to add this road right here so they actually begin making more. Where is my beloved here? This gained +2. Let's see if the clan hall pops open. Boom. +4. So I need to let down some place. So I'll probably let this guy not be here. And this guy's not be here. And I'm gonna dump 3 people in here. Maybe 2 right now. I'm gonna cut down one of the woodcutters because I think my woodcutting situation is looking pretty okay right now. I have some amber here as well. And I thought my 3rd one. Boom. The ancient ways are now active. This is not affected by the ancient ways, but what is affected by the ancient ways are these camps right here. And now they're producing twice the amount of mushrooms and whatever else they end up having to find. So my mushroom production is utterly fucking insane. And everybody's happy because I am giving them everything they need. They need religion, I'm giving them religion. I'm giving them their needs of luxury. I'm giving them their needs of combat. And this, I am teetering on the edge of defeat right now. The production of wine is pretty high. But it all depends on how high my level of corruption can get. But even through the storm, they're giving me result. Simple tools. Ale, I'm gonna keep it around. Scrolls. If I get a temple, I think that would seal the deal permanently. But right now, that is not looking like the situation. This uses wine or pigment, which is funny. Oh, got a level up. It's not giving me temple. Coats is actually good. Actually, it's really, really good. Coats is actually pretty good. And coats would set me up really well with this. But not be the 18 lizards that I have. Is it 18? I have the overlay on top of me, so... I think, yeah, it's 18. Over 20, yeah. I have homeless people? I don't have any homeless people. New perks. Oh! For every 70 incense produced, plus 1 to... This is not retroactive, by the way, but I'm doing that so... It is convenient. I'm gonna make a couple of shelters here. And my new wave of people... Do I have enough fiber? Yeah, I have a lot of fabric. my new wave of people will solve a lot of my problems right now. See, because it's everything is going up. I'm getting 0.88 high resolve. So it just keeps going up pretty high. And because the need of clothing is gonna be met, and these two use clothing, my reputation is gonna keep going up even higher. I have enough simple tools, don't I? No. Not right now. But I will throw this lizard and this guy here. And I'm gonna force these guys. Oh, new trader. Thorg. He got blueprints right here for the herb garden and the small farm. And he can also make them arrive faster. He doesn't accept a lot of goods. It sells pies. Pies are important. Sells wine, pickled goods, pies and biscuits. I could make 15 and 15 worth of amber by acquiring these pies right here. 36 and 36, that would be good enough. Can I squeeze a bit more of this? There we go. And I can throw 30 amber. Why is this very important? Because, well, of course I fulfill these two needs, which I will promptly solve. So I get another perk. Please give me temple. It gives me temple. GG. I could get the tavern, but I like the temple because I want to show up what the temple does. Temple fulfills requirements of education, which this thing produces scrolls for, and religion. And the Sacrament of the Flame the sacrificed goods in the ancient cart will burn for 25% faster, which is really good. This means I can throw two guys here to start making scrolls, making ale. Well, not ale really. Scrolls. I also produce extra ale, and I get EV result for every ale that I produce, and I get extra production of everything. So, as I said, at this point, the convergence point where I actually managed to get everything together. And now I will throw 3 people in. Boom. I think I have nothing else to build right now, so I can all in on this thing right here. 3 cards, the discovery of these, which allowed me to fulfill my requirements for food, my fuel requirements. Nothing, and this is gaining 1.31 per minute. Boom. And all these deeds completed, and 140 experience. Discover 10 glades, yeah, complete 10 orders, trade goods worth of 50 amber, collect 10 reputation points through village resolve, trade 200 goods worth of amber, win on veteran, and complete donation battleground. Oh, right, yeah, we were doing on a modifier. That's right. That's right. We're looking on the... Wow, it's getting pretty late. Okay, so we go to the smoldering city, and we can complete these deeds right here. There's some experience here. We level up, and we unlocked our 4th race, the Harpies. They're noble and fragile species, yet primal, with a primal aggressive side. They excel with alchemy, and they love to work with cloth. We unlock the smelter, the bathhouse, another big building, the copperage, a cornerstone, tanning racks, and generous gifts, which is another cornerstone. They bring 40% more goods every time with them for every hub level gained. Okay, cool. More experience, more experience, more experience, more experience. Another decoration, more experience. I almost get an entire level up out of doing these deeds. But yeah, some deeds are worthwhile, especially when I get to like Viceroy level. But I was teetering on the edge of defeat. Now I have like a decent amount of materials. I get an additional cornerstone pool increase, which is insane. Instead of getting 2 cornerstones per year, I get 3 choices. Bigger chances of getting what I want. Right here, I get a 1% boost to the chance of yielding a bonus production. Maybe. Reputation picks pool increase. I get to choose from an additional blueprint when I get a reputation reward. This is a no-brainer. I can upgrade my hub into the neighborhood level. That is actually insane. And establishing guild routes. I don't have enough. But yeah, this will probably be the next one that I grab. And here's also, of course, what I was talking about. Later on, you get access to essential buildings of each racial house. Here's the human, here's the beaver, this is the lizard, this is the RP one. So from the get-go, you will be able to build the racial houses. And the convenient thing about this is like, if you do it from the early on, you will be able to fulfill not only their sheltered needs, but also their racial house needs at the same time. And that's a very huge boost at the start. What else? The drawback is that they require planks or bricks or fabric to be able to be built. So that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, this whole upgrade tree becomes pretty bonkers and pretty necessary. Another upgrade to my camp. Larger storage, blah 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 blah. Embarkation of Amber. And other embarkation things. But I think we are at a good point to stop for today. I believe I streamed for 4 hours. Jesus. But thank you for coming, and I hope you have a good night. Bye bye. Catch you tomorrow.